Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 21 of the Fingerboards Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearings. In terms of morning business, just to note that the document was circulated last night regarding the arrangements for the change in hearing dates, and we are already starting to get responses on that, so we'll keep you informed and issue a new timetable early next week as soon as we can. Are there any other matters of morning business that parties wish to raise?
Just in relation to that matter, Mr. Chairman, could I ask that the committee keep open the week of commencing 19 July for closing submissions? That's likely to assist us in terms of juggling commitments, as well as dealing with the exigency that that's likely to be done on Zoom, and whereas the previous week will hopefully be in person, and it's going to be easier to prepare to present on Zoom if you can do that in front of your own computers rather than in Bairnsdale. And so I just want to foreshadow that it would be desirable if you were to be able to indicate sometime that you were keeping that week penciled in, so to speak, for final submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. We certainly, yes, we have, it's certainly penciled in our minds, and it was indicated in terms of the represented parties closing in the document that was circulated last night. So, and just to be clear, the closings were always proposed on Zoom, and that remains the case. So even if in the, depending on the COVID God smiling, which is certainly not happening yet, if we do get to do hearings in Bairnsdale, but the closings will still be on Zoom in this format, regardless of what happens in Bairnsdale. Just on that, I just wanted to mention, and I'm not making directions at the moment, but the issue of the closings and the order of closings, the committee is turning its mind to that. We're conscious that the proponent is still likely to bring forward substantial submissions at that late stage in the process, and that's understandable. I mean, we're still putting in information requests even at this stage of the hearing, for example. But we are just thinking about whether we do a shift in order at the end where CalBar does its substantive closing submissions before Council and MFG do theirs, but then we offer perhaps a further brief right of reply to CalBar, perhaps for an hour or so to wrap up. So we're just thinking about that at the moment, and the way we would propose to do that is that there's depending on availability, in the order of a day's gap between CalBar's substantial closing submissions and the other parties then having to do their submissions. Again, I will, now I've mentioned it, can I just ask if there's any sort of strong views on that one way or the other?
Well, my view is that that's likely to be acceptable. I know Mr. Waters' view is that it's a complete departure from the way things have always been done, and that he's been urging me not to agree to that, and saying he raised exactly the same point when he was acting for, I think, the Mornington Council in the Crib Point case, and his submission was rejected. But I'm an older head. I won't say wiser, but an older head. And provided CalBar has an ability to meet what Council and MFG say in their reply, I would have thought that it's likely to be acceptable.
Thanks, Mr. Morris. Others? Any other, Ms. Porter or Mr. Forrester? Ms. Porter?
Mr. Chairman, the way forward that you've suggested is consistent with the position we were seeking. I would note that having been involved in a number of these myself, the Part B submissions of the proponent are usually a little longer than 25 or 26 pages or whatever we received in this matter. So this matter is a little bit different to all of the other matters, and we think that that's a sensible way forward.
Thank you. Mr. Forrester.
I'd echo that, Mr. Chair, noting the extent of information we don't have is a bit more considerable than, for example, that grid point example, but I think that way forward is consistent with both what we've asked for and a way to resolve that issue, perhaps, and we can come back and address you on it further if we need to. We'll provide in our response to the IAC in terms of the closing dates sufficient indication to incorporate that sort of timetabling.
Thanks, Mr. Forrester. And perhaps just, I'm not sure if Mr. Waters is with us today, but just to salve his feelings, you would be aware we've been arguing consistently through this process that we're not a court. We're not, yes, we are bound by the rules of natural justice and fairness, provided we can use best endeavours to meet those. If we need to tweak or depart from usual practice to achieve a better outcome, then of course we will attempt to do so. We'll discuss that out of session and come back and confirm if that's going to be the way forward.
Just on that, Mr. Waters is not well today, and also he's got 4 children at home. So he's actually going to sit out today and leave it to Mr. McArdle and myself.
Thank you. Okay, any other matters of morning business? No, in that case, Ms. Porter, we're back with you for Associate Professor Mudd.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just before, I think I saw Associate Professor Mudd in the participants list, so perhaps if he could turn on his video and audio. Just while that's occurring, Mr. Chairman, I'll note that a number of documents were posted in the Dropbox overnight. So Associate Professor Mudd does not have a presentation that Associate Professor Ruff does, and Dr. Ruff also has 2 articles that have been circulated and some minor corrections to his witness statement. So just to ensure that all of those documents have been picked up. Still can't see.
We have those, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, there we are.
And so have we. Could I have Mr. McArdle come on the screen, please, because he'll be cross-examining Mr. Mudd. Dr. Mudd or Associate Professor Mudd. I'm sorry, I don't have the handle. Mr. Mudd QC.
If everyone doesn't mind, I will simply be saying Dr. Mudd, just it's a little bit easier to wrap my mouth around. Dr. Mudd, I can certainly see you. Could you just confirm that you can see and hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Hopefully I'm coming through nice and clearly too.
Yes,
thank you. Crisp
and clear. Excellent. So, Dr. Mudd, could you please state your full name?
My full name is Gavin Mark Mudd.
And you're Associate Professor in the area of Environmental Engineering at RMIT University in Melbourne. You've set out, actually what I'll do is I'll go through the documents first and then I'll go to your qualifications, if you don't mind. So you've prepared an expert witness report dated the 29th of January 2021. My first question is, do you have any corrections or changes you need to make to that report?
No, not to that report specifically. I think some of the issues I've raised were matters that were discussed in the conclave, both for the radiation side as well as the rehabilitation side, and I guess we'll get to those as we progress.
Yeah, so I'll take you to the conclaves next, but just on that expert witness statement, does it contain facts that are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Absolutely. I've checked everything myself, and it certainly is the best of my ability, absolutely.
And does it contain opinions you truly hold?
What was that? Sorry.
Does it contain opinions you truly hold?
Absolutely. Yes. My views, and those views are based on the evidence I cite.
Thank you. I tender that expert witness statement, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Ruff, you then participated on the 14th of April 2021 in the meeting of experts in relation to radiation, and that was with Darren Billingsley and Associate Professor Ruff, as well as Ms. Teague. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was a report prepared summarising the areas of agreement and disagreement between the experts of that conclave meeting. Does it correctly bear your signature dated the 19th of April 2021?
Yes.
And does it correctly record or accurately record your opinions in relation to what was discussed at that conclave?
Yeah, all of the comments and discussion I think are quite accurate, yes.
Thank you. And did you then participate, actually 2 days earlier, participate in the conclave of experts on the 12th of April 2021 in relation to rehabilitation with Darren Billingsley, Michael Cheetham, Jess Drake and Rob Locke?
That's right.
And again, does that correctly bear your signature dated, just let me get down to the bottom of the document, the 19th of April 2021?
Yep.
And does it accurately record your opinions as discussed between the experts on that day?
Yeah, I believe it's a fair and accurate record, yep.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Mudd, I think it might be easier rather than me trying to summarise. Can you just very briefly summarise your expertise in terms of your qualifications and experience, both in the areas of radiation impacts, but also in the area of rehabilitation for the community?
Sure. I guess I've been involved, I suppose, with the environmental impacts of mining now for 25 odd years. It started when I worked on my PhD and earned that through Victoria University, being awarded that in October 2001. And so along the time, I've also had a lot of experience in working with communities around uranium mining issues. And so I've delved into aspects such as environmental radiation, precisely so that when I'm working with Indigenous communities, say for the Ranger Uranium Project up in Kakadu National Park in the Northern Territory, what are the rehabilitation criteria that are relevant? And what's the sort of and how do you scientifically justify those? And so, so a lot of the work I've done is always centered around either environmental management of mining, what are the environmental risks, and how do we, I suppose, set and achieve good rehabilitation outcomes for that? And so I guess excuse me, I'm still getting over a cold and a bit of a cough, but certainly a lot of the work I do is bring to bear, I suppose, some of my engineering expertise, but also thinking about that from an environmental point of view. And so certainly for many years at Monash, I taught environmental impact assessment, I taught groundwater at Monash, I teach groundwater here at RMIT, and so on. So I guess I've come from a lot of different aspects, but again, I try to integrate that into, I suppose, a big picture view of how we think about mining and how we need to manage mining. And I suppose that's the experience that I've brought to bear, both, pretty much all sectors of the mining industry.
Thanks, Dr. Mudd. Now, before I ask you to step the committee through the opinions that you hold in relation to this matter, I just need to ask you a couple of follow-up questions in relation to the fact that, or having regard to the fact that this is a virtual hearing. So these are just a matter of course that I need to ask every witness.
Sure.
Firstly, can you confirm that you will be alone in the room from which you are giving evidence and that you will not make or receive any communication with another person while giving your evidence except with the express leave of the committee?
Yep, correct. That's true. Yep.
Can you confirm that you will inform the committee immediately should another person enter the room that you are in during the giving of your evidence?
Yeah, I mean, the door's right behind me, so if there is someone that enters, that should be obvious, but I'm happy to confirm that, and people know that I need to be isolated, so all good.
Thank you. And during breaks in evidence, do you confirm that when under cross-examination, you will not discuss your evidence with any other person except with the express leave of the committee?
True.
And do you confirm that you will not have before you any document other than your witness statement, the documents referred to within that witness statement, the conclave reports, and any document that's put to you in cross-examination, except with the express leave of the committee?
True. Correct. I show those here. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mudd. So let's get to your evidence. I think we can proceed on the basis that your expert witness report has been read by the committee, so I don't ask you to read through it. Similarly, the two conclave statements have been read and the committee has heard from most, if not all, participants in those conclaves already. What I'd ask you to do, perhaps focusing on the areas of agreement and disagreement between you and the relevant experts, if you could just summarise your opinions, both in relation to the radiation impacts of this project and also the rehabilitation that's proposed.
I suppose in concise form, I think there's probably a few points that just simply need to be made. One is we're not looking at an area that has very elevated levels of radiation naturally. So except where you're exposing parts of the ore body, I guess, at the surface, like in Perry Gully. So what that means in terms of setting rehabilitation standards is we can use a lot of the, I suppose, the natural levels that we would find in the region as a way to target what we'd be achieving with rehabilitation. So I think, and there's certainly some more data that needs to be gathered, I think, to sort of really round out that evidence in terms of especially food crops and uptake of radionuclides in farming and so on. But I think, as the conclave agreed, we don't see that as a massive risk, but it's something that the data needs to be gathered to prove that is the case. And I think there was a general agreement in the conclave that having data to prove that is a good thing. In terms of the other big issue, I guess, is excuse me, is the uranium and thorium issues and the safeguards. And I think, to me, and as I mentioned in my experts report, I'm certainly not a lawyer that can go through. And obviously, I'm not don't have the expertise to provide a legal opinion, but on the basis of my long involvement in uranium mining issues and mining issues broadly, I think that is something that I think this project is difficult, and that's something that I think from the conclave report, that's where there was disagreement is to exactly whether this project really should be considered something that is required to meet safeguards requirements or not. And I think that's something that I think is not only just a legal consideration, but obviously is also very much a broader moral or political and social consideration as well.
Just on that point, Dr. Mudd, accepting that you're not a lawyer, there has been a technical note provided, Technical Note 21, in response to a specific question asked by the committee in relation to this very issue. Have you had the opportunity to read that technical note?
I was provided with that very late last week, and so I've had a quick review of it, but I haven't had a chance to really study it in detail, and so I'm not relying on it today. I don't think I'm in a position to say that I've had a deep read of it to really have a think about the technical arguments that underpin, I suppose, what is a very legal analysis. But
yes, of course.
If the panel would like me to do that, I'd be happy to go away and do that and provide a subsequent submission. But yeah, I'm guided by what's best or appropriate, I guess, and I'd leave that up to folks here.
That's fine, Dr. Mudd. There might be some questions arising out of it that are put to you, but for now, that's just for completeness, good to know. I interrupted your flow. Please continue.
No, that's right. I think I almost finished my point anyway. But so certainly the safeguards issue is something that I think is very significant, and that's and I think part of the reason for that, and this is something we certainly discussed in the conclave. If you look at some other uranium projects around the world, they may only produce 200 or 300 tonnes a year, and yet they still come under safeguards. And so the contained uranium and thorium, and thorium is still a nuclear source material. So I think they're both the quantity involved in the heavy mineral concentrate that potentially could be exported from Fingerboards is certainly of a quantity that I would have expected to be realised as significant and therefore would come under safeguards. So, but I guess that is something that was a point of disagreement in the conclave.
Now, Dr. Mudd, does that is there anything further that you wish to say in relation to the radiation, the risk of radiation impacts of this project arising out of the conclave?
I think that the main issues really come down to how well things are managed. I would have preferred a lot of the additional data that is still to be gathered to be public now, and I think and that was, I suppose, a point of minor disagreement in the conclave. And I think the conclave, we also had observers from the Department of Health, which I guess is worth noting. But certainly dust is going to be the main issue, right, and how that's going to be managed. And I think certainly from my experience, there are examples where it can be, and there's examples where it's been managed very poorly. All right, and so I think it requires very active effort. And I think in the sort of the climate of East Gippsland, I think that's something that would require very careful attention and very active management. And then, of course, it comes down to the process plant, the heavy mineral concentrate itself, how that's stored, and then transported and then stored at the port and then exported from there. So I think that's really where the primary radiation risks are, and the conclave was in agreement on that. And so I think it comes down to making sure that there are stringent requirements, a good level of monitoring to make sure there's data to underpin success on that. So it's, but it does require that very, very careful management.
And turning to the rehabilitation conclave, you only participated in the first portion of that conclave meeting, as I understand it. Is there anything additional that you needed to highlight for the committee's benefit arising out of your participation in that conclave?
Well, I think the main aspect, I guess, I was involved was looking at the radiation criteria that could be set for rehabilitation. And I think given the context of this project, which is a bit more unique than most mineral sands projects, where the monazite mineral that contains the uranium and thorium will be removed and exported through the heavy mineral concentrate. So whereas other mineral sands projects, for example, in Western Victoria, the monazite mineral itself is returned to the original mine site. So you've still got that, I suppose, that source material there that needs to be managed. So I think from Fingerboards' point of view, the radiation criteria, as long as we're paying attention to soils and all of those characteristics, there really shouldn't be any great risk in terms of rehabilitation with respect to environmental radiation matters. So as long as that's the case. Now, if there's a change to Fingerboards, then of course that we'd have to come back and reassess that. But that's sort of the general view. And I think there was some fairly good agreement on that. And I think that comes through in the conclave report for rehabilitation as well.
And going back to your expert witness statement, and I think this might have been touched on in the rehabilitation conclave, you were of the opinion that there was a lack of specific and detailed financial costings for project rehabilitation. Yes. In your experience, what level of detail would you expect to know or see before you at the environmental assessment stage of the project such as this?
Well, one thing I think we've learned, and there's been examples in Victoria where there was no bond and the Victorian government has then had to pay for the rehabilitation for a bankrupt company. Now, and there are many other examples around Australia where that's the case as well, or where there's a big liability there. So to justify the rehabilitation costings, certainly Earth Resources Regulation have now updated their costing model. It's a spreadsheet you can download from their website, and that literally only became available after our expert witness reports were submitted. But that's the first time it's been updated in 10 years. And so a lot of the detail in that are the extent of earthworks, the type of engineering works that need to be done for different parts, so whether it's a mine site, potentially an old water pond, the process plant area, and so on. And so, and there may be some typical costings associated with each of those different aspects of a mining project like this. And so that should be detailed. And so that way we can say it's approximately, just for argument's sake, let's say it was $100 million. And I don't know what the exact number is. That's just used as a number for figurative sort of purposes. Now, one of the problems we also know across the mining industry is that often the costing models that are used may suggest 100, but often the actual rehab may be a lot more. Now, if you're looking at the bonds that are held by government, we know that those bonds are only a fraction of that 100 in the first place. So there's two issues there. One is how much is the rehabilitation really going to cost? Right? Is it 100 or is it going to be a lot more? And then two, how much bond money should really be held by the Victorian government to basically as a financial surety against that project? All right. And so I think it was the Victorian Auditor General's Office, I think the report came out late last year, which looked at the whole issue of the liability associated with the bonds for both the mining industry as well as the extractives industry. And basically acknowledge that, yes, there is a significant liability there. There is a significant gap and we need to work to fix that. And there's other examples in Victoria like Hazelwood and so on as well, where the actual amount of bond was a small fraction of the total cost of rehabilitation. So I think that's why it's important to have that transparency so that we understand what the liability is. And even though mines change and plans get approved or sometimes rejected or things like that, but it's important, I would have thought, at this stage of the process, to have some basic understanding of the financial, costings associated with rehabilitation, so that people can judge economic viability and, I suppose, costs and benefits.
And also in your expert witness statement, you noted that there was, or you described it as a lack of time allowed for maintaining, monitoring and then assessing the rehabilitation of former mining areas, I think generally. And then in this case, you were posing the question, will it take 5 years or considerably longer and how will it be funded? Are you able to give some insight to the committee about your concerns around the time allowed for maintaining, monitoring and assessing rehabilitation of former mining sites as applicable to a project such as this?
when you're looking at rehabilitating a mine site, there's a whole range of issues I guess you need to think about. One is surface water issues, re-establishment of an ecosystem, if that's the target, or some post-mining land use, maybe farming in one sense, but also groundwater impacts. We know some of these processes will take years to sort of work through and stabilise and find their, say, new equilibrium or things like that. So whether it's the groundwater levels, rebounding in the old pit area, the extent of groundwater discharging into surface water, there can be a whole range of issues that sometimes they may take years. Now, for some other issues across other aspects of the mining industry, you've got risks such as acid mine drainage that sometimes may not appear for 5, 10 or 20 years after rehabilitation. Now, with other sites, we've rehabilitated to deal with acid mine drainage risks. After 10 years, we know that rehabilitation has failed and it hasn't worked that well. So now you don't have an acid mine drainage risk per se at Fingerboards, so I don't think that risk is something that's there. But certainly, one of the other problems, I guess, with all of this is when we look at the bonds that are part of the rehabilitation, bonds that are held by, say, Earth Resources Regulation, that's to do the actual engineering works. Typically, it's extraordinarily rare that I've come across examples elsewhere in the mining industry where there is funding put aside to pay for, up to 5 years or 10 years of monitoring, after the works have been completed. And so I think we know that we need to keep an eye on a former mine site to make sure that it is on a trajectory to whatever land use it is after mining, and to make sure that that is a sustainable and environmentally appropriate, I suppose, outcome. And that's we need the monitoring data to be able to prove that we've actually achieved that. And that's something that I think is a weakness in the way we've typically approached not only mineral sands, but also mining generally across Australia. Excuse me.
Thanks, Dr. Mudd. Those are the questions I had for you, and that's the evidence in chief, Mr. Chairman. But Dr. Mudd, you'll probably have some questions put to you now.
Thanks, Ms. Porter and Dr. Mudd. Can I just check with Council first? Mr. Forrester, do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions for Dr. Mudd. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McArdle.
Good morning, Dr. Mudd. I'll also use Doctor, if that's okay with you. My name is Sean McArdle. I'm a barrister and I'm appearing for the proponent, Calbar. I'd just like to start with some questions around quantification of predicted emissions and doses. The radiation assessment, which is Appendix 11 of the EES, predicts public and worker radiation doses from the project. I'll just ask you to vocalise your answer, although I do acknowledge your nod.
Yeah, I'm just listening. Sorry, at the moment, I'm just waiting for you to continue. Sorry, that's okay. Yeah, I understand. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mudd. And you haven't raised any concern with those predictions of exposure doses?
I think based on the concentrations we're seeing in the ore, like in terms of the monazite mineral that contains uranium and thorium, I think the context is low. You could tweak the numbers a tiny bit either way in terms of a conservative or best case, worst case type scenarios. But I think the order of magnitude to me seems correct. There was a concern raised during the expert conclave about the dose factors around how the actual going from the concentration in the ore and the dust, how much dust people get, and then the biological effect of that quantity they inhale. And certainly the radiological community or the radiation protection community have recently started to increase those factors so that the doses can go up a tiny bit. But even given that, there was a sort of, I suppose, a general agreement that it wouldn't change the outcome in terms of interpretation for public dose. And again, that does come back to assumptions around dust management and management of the heavy mineral concentrate. And so as long as those assumptions are proven correct, then our interpretation, I suppose our collective agreement on the doses would hold.
Okay, thank you. And have you read the Department of Health and Human Services, now just DHS's review of the radiation assessment that was in response to questions from the IAC?
No, that's not a document I've read, sorry.
Okay. Well, I can indicate, well, I won't ask you about that just here, except I guess I can indicate that they also reviewed the doses, the dose estimates predicted in the EES, and also didn't raise any concerns. So
they were observers in the radiation conclave, so I think, and that they certainly made comments at times, but it was basically for clarification. It certainly wasn't, I guess, to influence any of the members of the conclave.
Of course. And you understand also that they were a member of the technical review group?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, I'll move on to asking you about the action levels or the trigger levels. They've called both things in the Dr. Ruff's evidence statement and discussed at the conclave. You agreed that the project should aim for exposures well below the regulatory limits.
Yes, absolutely. That's a general principle, yes.
And you accept that this approach is required by the radiation protection principle provided in the Victorian Radiation Act.
In general, yeah, absolutely.
And that principle includes the principle that persons and the environment should be protected from unnecessary exposure to radiation through a process of justification, limitation, and optimization.
Yes, that's the way the code works, yes.
And in the conclave, you discussed in particular Dr. Ruff's suggested action levels or trigger levels, as they were termed, of 0.1 to 0.2 millisieverts for a member of the public.
I remember discussing that, yep.
And so the 0.1 millisieverts is equal to 100 microsieverts. And I just want to frame these questions in terms of the micros, so I don't have to flip backwards and forwards between my units.
I get that. I'm very fussy with units myself. That's fine.
Thank you. And you accept that the maximum predicted levels for a member of the public in the EES radiation assessment was 37 microsieverts?
I can't say I remember that number off the top of my head. It sounds about correct, but I think there's the distinction also, I think Timon was talking about, if I remember correctly, was the difference between workers versus members of the public as well. And I think the 100 was more for workers as well as members of the public, but I'm happy to be corrected on that.
I will just correct you there, but it's not a big point, and then we'll move on. The recommended action levels, and I can show it to you on the screen, but I think I can just explain it verbally. The recommended action levels stated in the conclave statement are 0.1 to 0.2 millisieverts for members of the public, so 100 or 200 microsieverts for members of the public, and then for workers, 1 to 2 millisieverts.
Okay.
So the higher number for the workers and the lower number for members of the public, and obviously that reflects that distinction between workers and the public in the radiation dose limits that are the regulatory limits. So that's so now we're on the same page there with our numbers. So in terms of the 37 microsieverts predicted from this project, you accept that the project exposure is predicted at only about 20 to 40% of Dr. Ruff's suggested action levels.
As presented, those numbers that seem correct, but I guess it's again, it comes down to making sure that the management of dust and heavy mineral concentrate, etc., achieves those numbers.
I understand. And again, for another comparison though, rather than by reference to the action levels, the 37 microsieverts, I understand, subject to those assumptions playing true, is only 3.7% of the public exposure limit set under the Radiation Act.
That is correct, of 1 millisievert per year or 1,000 microsieverts per year, yes.
Yeah, and I think, I'm sorry for labouring this, but we're getting to the point. So you accept, and I think you've almost already answered this, but you accept that the predicted public exposure levels are very low, and in particular, well below the benchmarks or action levels suggested by Dr. Ruff.
Yeah, that's the numbers, and as long as the dust and management, etc., the heavy mineral concentrate achieves that, then that should be the case. But it's about that's I suppose where there's some uncertainty.
Yeah. So you did identify that dust was of particular interest in relation to these exposure numbers. I just want to ask you some questions about the conservatism that's built into the predictions that we've already agreed are quite low. And this was the subject of evidence by Mr. Billingsley, who gave evidence last week or the week before and sort of outlined a number of conservatisms. And if I can frame my question with an introductory remark, that I had understood it was sufficient for Mr. Billingsley to adopt sort of almost absurd conservatisms, given the predicted numbers were coming out so low. So you can throw kind of high numbers at things as a conservative measure, because in effect what you get in the end is still a very low number, so you don't need to sharpen the pencil so much. That's my introductory remark, but I just want to step through just briefly some of the conservatisms, and I'll ask you to comment on them. So if I can take you to table 19 of the EES radiation assessment, and I'll share it on the screen for you.
I do have that document electronically on my own computer, but
I'll point you to the page number and you can pick if you look on the screen, but it might assist other members to follow along so they don't have to go and find it themselves.
Probably easy if we share screen. That's fine. I'm happy with that.
So you're seeing this, and I'll just minimise some of my bookmarks. So this is the breakdown for public exposure as an estimated annual radiation dose. And you can see that the total number comes out at the 37 microsieverts that we've been discussing, but the dominant contributor to that overall level is in fact the dust inhalation at 29 microsieverts. Now you see that? Now,
yes.
I just have to shift some screens around. Now, can you see here, and this is the first conservatism I just wanted to ask you about, and it's one that Mr. Billingsley identified. This is based on people breathing in the dust for 8,760 hours per year. And that actually, that's 24/7, 52 weeks a year. And so you would accept that it's not, it's an overestimate that people would be breathing in dust from the project for 24/7, 52 weeks of the year.
Yeah, okay. That's how much of an overestimate, I guess, is fine, but I can accept that as a general characterisation.
Well, to the extent that perhaps people are outdoors for 2/3 of the time and exposed to these projected dust levels. For example, they might be outside for 2/3 of the time breathing dust that comes from the project.
There would still be some dust that gets inside a house as well. Like we know that from our own homes everywhere, that you still get some dust inside a house. So I think there's still dust there. It may be slightly lower inside, I'm not sure, but there are other examples of research I know from mining areas where there's significant dust levels building up in a home.
Okay, well, I'll move on from that then. Now, the second conservatism that Mr. Billingsley identified related to an assumption about the composition of the dust. He had assumed that 100% of the suspended dust was ore, whereas he gave evidence that looking at the air quality assessment breakdown of dust sources, he would anticipate that only 3 to 4% of the dust would be ore. To the extent that the ore has a higher activity level than other dust sources like overburden or topsoil, you'd accept that the modelling is conservative in this regard?
Yeah, it's conservative, that's true.
Okay, so well, that's concerning dust, so I'll move on from public exposure. I'll ask you some questions about worker exposure, and I'll just touch on this briefly. The exposure levels for workers on site are within the range suggested by Dr. Ruff of 1 to 2 millisieverts.
That's correct. That's what we discussed at the conclave.
And for workers on the site, the key source of exposure is gamma radiation for workers in a particular part of the wet concentrator plant.
I think there would also be risks of dust as well throughout the plant. There's also risks of thoron buildup potentially. So there's certainly other sources, but a lot of that, certainly the research I've seen on that, or the monitoring data I've seen on that, I haven't seen updated data on that for quite some time, and I actually did look for that, and I have looked for that more recently for some other research in terms of mineral sands and what are typical, say, radon thoron levels in a process plant and so on as well. But I think as an overall characterisation, in general, yes, so gamma will be a significant, probably the most significant source, but I wouldn't exclude other sources as workers. But I'm an environmental radiation person. I guess I have to be careful in talking about worker exposure because it's not my main area of expertise, but I certainly understand the basic principles at play. Understand.
And the contributions are quantified in the EES radiation assessment. I'll just take you to them briefly and then I can frame my question. So I'll take you to table 15 and I'll share it just so everyone doesn't have to jump around. This is the breakdown of worker exposure for workers on the site. And you can see it looks at groups operating in different areas of the wet concentrated plant in particular, and the peak estimated annual dose comes out at 1.36 millisieverts. And then if I can take you, so that's the kind of upper level, and it's for this worker who's going to be in the wet concentrator plant in the WIMS circuit, whatever that is. Now, can I take you to where the contributions play out? And this is why I sort of proceeded on the basis that the gamma exposure was the key contributor. And it's in table 13. Here we have, you can see on the top of the screen, I don't know if you're going to see it if you have to squint, but the estimated external gamma radiation doses to workers, and it's the 1.25 for this worker who's in the WCP WIMS circuit. And so it's 1.25 out of 1.36, so it's the gamma radiation that's clearly, at least in this assessment, the dominant source of radiation exposure.
Yeah, and as I said, that's true. There's still a contribution from others as well, so that's fine. I think we can agree on that, and I don't think there's the basic point is we disagree on it all.
I thank you for that. And the reason I suppose I wanted to break it down like that is to look at, well, this assumes the workers are present for. Sorry, I'll have to put these two and then I'll ask the question, but you'll see where I'm going shortly. So okay. The 1.36 overall annual dose of for a worker in the WIMS circuit with the 1.25 gamma radiation is based on an assumption of 200 hours of exposure in that particular location. I won't take you to the part of the document that says that. You can just trust me that that's what it says for now.
I'm happy to trust you on that. That's fine.
The 2000 comes out. It's the 8-hour shift, 5 days a week, 50 weeks in the year. So this employee only gets 2 weeks off for annual leave, not the 4, but that's where you get the 2000 number from. Now, the mitigation register refers to limiting exposure through, amongst other things, shift rotation. Do you recall seeing that?
To be honest, no, but that wasn't an area I focused on, I guess, in the ES. I was focused on the environmental radiation side, but typically speaking, yes, I mean, a radiation exposure you can manage that way, and it's rotating people around different parts of a plant. Absolutely, that would be a fairly common practice.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just point out this particular aspect that I was referring to. So this is the mitigation register. Have you looked at this document at all? Are you familiar with its general arrangement? Or is this completely new?
I think, to be honest, I did have a brief look at it, but it's not something I certainly relied upon because it wasn't my main focus. My main focus was certainly the environmental radiation.
I understand. Well, look, I've just taken the RD stands for radiation, as you'd guess, and this is just the 9th mitigation measure that concerns radiation, and it's just outlining the thing that you already just referred to instinctively or based on your experience, that shift rotation is one of those measures which can be used to limit, for example, the gamma radiation exposure to workers in particularly more exposed areas of the plant. So to the extent that the assumption, the modelling proceeds on the basis of 2,000 hours of a worker in a worse affected area of the wet concentrator plant and comes out with a predicted level of 1.36, if shift rotation, for example, were implemented, that dose level could be further reduced.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. That's a fair point.
Yeah, and it would be coming, if it were further reduced, it's already within the range recommended by Dr. Ruff, and it could be reduced further, and that would be entirely consistent with the radiation protection principle and the idea of reducing exposure levels as low as reasonably achievable.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think that the main thing is I guess, and I suppose this is where in future that would be the regulatory process, is to check that that's actually happening in the numbers. The monitoring data and dose badges and all of that all validates these assessments.
Yeah, and there will be dosimetry badges and the like that are required pursuant to mining license conditions and the like. Now, we could discuss a similar exercise for the truck drivers, which are also exposed mostly by gamma radiation because they're sitting in their cabin proximate to the HMC sitting in their don't know what you call the back of a truck. Anyway, I'll move on. But the principle is the same. For example, if we assumed that they were exposed for a long period of time, shift rotation would be, for example, one of the measures in which you could reduce overall exposures.
Yeah, sure. It's a fair proposition. That's fine.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mudd. Now I'll turn to the topic of rehabilitation. Section 5 of your evidence addresses rehabilitation, and at 37, you express support for the rehabilitation targets adopted in the closure plan, which is Chapter 11 of the EES. And if I can just summarise those targets in sort of succinct terms as no significant increase above baseline, but you raise concern that there is insufficient data available to define and quantify what the baseline is. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly my point. Is if we're going to be setting quantitative targets to be able to judge rehabilitation success by, and if the principle is there, and as I've acknowledged, the principle is there, but the data isn't, right? And so I think that's and again, that's why we need good baseline before a project proceeds. So that way we have that evidence base on which to set these types of criteria.
Yeah. And in raising this concern about the limited, in your view, baseline data, you reference back to Section 3 of your evidence statement, which is principally where you address your opinions in relation to baseline assessment. Now, I want to start with discussing variability in radionuclides in soil, which is Section 3.2 of your evidence statement. And you refer to the soil samples collected by Mr. Billingsley in 2018, and there was a number of collection dates within 2018, and the various samples reported in the geochemistry and mineralogy report at Appendix 2 of the EES.
Yes, that's correct. I have that in front of me here.
In summary, for soil within the project site, the data shows some elevated concentrations in gullies and the like, where the ore is exposed at the surface or near to the surface, but the overall picture is that the project area does not appear to be significantly enriched in uranium or thorium.
That's correct, and I think that's on the basis of the data that's presented so far, but I think given the large area that is involved, I guess I would have preferred to see a lot more data to really validate that, I guess from a scientific point of view, to give a greater strength to that and confidence to that.
Yeah, I'll get to asking some questions about the relevance of the baseline data for an impact assessment shortly. But before I do, you already told me you hadn't had the opportunity to read the DHS's review of the radiation assessment, but I can just indicate to you that they also shared your view and Mr. Billingsley's view that the area is not showing significant enrichment of radiation, naturally occurring radionuclides, and is in the range that would typically be expected around the world.
That's correct. That was the point we agreed on in the conclave as well.
Okay, thank you. So now turning to the relevance of the baseline data for an impact assessment, it appears that we're not dealing with a case where we don't know whether it will be possible to provide a safe site after mining, given the nature of the rehabilitation media we have to work with. Correct?
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were going to continue. Sorry. I guess some of the soils and so on as well, I deferred to that to the people involved with the rehabilitation conclave. But certainly in terms of other radionuclides, and I could make probably similar comments with heavy metals, although I haven't reviewed that in detail. But I think certainly from the radionuclide side, that's not a big challenge in terms of rehabilitation. So
understand. So we're not concerned with the availability of suitable rehabilitation media, but rather the concern is that the more comprehensive baseline data is needed to be able to monitor and assess rehabilitation success.
I think certainly from the rehabilitation side, I think I would leave concerns around that to the experts involved from the rehabilitation side in terms of what the media means for a post-mining land use. But certainly in terms of radionuclides, then I think better baseline data, and again, accounting for, I suppose, what are the natural variability there. But I think in general, we can say that there's no evidence to suggest that there's a highly enriched zone that we need to account for in terms of rehabilitation. I think that's as far as I could go.
I understand, but the relevance of the baseline data It's not, as we just agreed, it's not to work out whether or not we have suitable material that we can use to rehabilitate the site. The relevance of the comprehensive baseline data is needed to be able to undertake a before and after comparison during operations and after operations to assess compliance with rehabilitation targets.
Yeah, I think that's how I would express it. Yes.
Yeah. So, and because the target is the target is in effect no significant increase above baseline, and so to assess if you're tracking well against that target and if you've achieved that target, you need to have something to compare against.
That's true.
Yeah. So now, when looked at in this way, the baseline data is not front and centre in an impact assessment, because the radiation impact of the project is a function of its emissions and exposures, which are, save for characterising the radioactivity of the source material, modelled independently of the baseline data.
Well, I suppose it depends on the purpose. If you're looking at environmental radiation before the project, obviously rehabilitation should be achieving the same, as close to the original as it was. Now, during operations, of course, then you do need to look at both environmental radiation exposures to members of the public, but then also obviously to workers as well. So they're different purposes. So I think the baseline data that I'm talking about in the section here in 3.2 is about characterising the baseline conditions before mining, so that when we look at rehabilitation, we've got those targets to be able to aim for.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and I apologise because it was a long question. But what I put to you was when looked at when we look at it in the context we've just discussed, that the baseline data is principally there to be able to assess a before and after comparison, then that is not front and centre in an impact assessment, which focuses on what the radiation increases are from this project.
Okay, I see your question there now more clearly. An impact assessment, I think, as part of a mining project, has to look at, and this is part of the whole point of including baseline and then looking at rehabilitation. If we're looking at an impact assessment, we do need to look at, obviously, workers and members of the public as one big part of an impact assessment. But we also need confidence that if we're going ahead with a project, we have the ability to achieve the quality of rehabilitation that's expected and that would be set by regulators, so and expected by the community. So I think we need both of those. I don't think they're as independent as you characterise.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept that. Now I'll move to the timing issue. You are, and I'm referring to the timing issue about when the more comprehensive baseline data should be prepared. Yep. Now, you're in general agreement with Mr. Billingsley as to the scope of the baseline monitoring that should be collected prior to commencing mining, subject to the caveat, I think I'll acknowledge, about the issue of measurement of radionuclides in vegetables.
Yeah, I think that's true. That was something we discussed at the conclave, and I think we both agreed that there is still a need for more data. That's true.
And your view and the point of departure between yourself and Mr. Billingsley is that you would have preferred to see this data available at the EES stage, whereas Mr. Billingsley gave evidence that this more detailed baseline data is usually collected as part of the radiation management plan and the radioactive waste management plan in consultation with the regulator.
I guess as someone who's been involved with this for 25 years, I think transparency and having all of this information available at the start of a project or during the environmental assessment process, I think it is very important. I think it gives a lot more legitimacy to whatever outcomes there are and so on as well. So I think that transparency and that ability to look at the data and have the evidence against the various claims that are made, I think that's a very important principle.
Yeah. And so you're seeing and you're identifying an issue with the kind of public transparency of the process, but you're not expressing any uncertainty that the more comprehensive baseline data that you're suggesting will be legally required to be collected and will in fact be collected.
The data, I guess, that Darren and I and Tillman talked about, for a licensing process through, say, the department and for under the codes and so on, those processes are not public as far as I understand. All right, and so from an environmental assessment point of view, I believe that data should already be there, and I think that's an important principle about how we go about assessing environmental impacts and benefits and risks, etc., associated with these types of projects. So I think I would have preferred to see it available now, not later.
Yeah, you're not disputing that DHS intends for that data to be collected and for it to be collected in connection with the rate.
No dispute there, no.
And in fact, their response, which you haven't read, but I'll take you to it now, and it's in effect, it's just confirming, I think, the understanding we've just agreed. This is, and for the benefit of the committee and anyone else following along, although I'll share it on the screen.
Yep.
This is the DHS's response to questions from the committee, and it's tabled document 41. And you can see under the heading, how would the department ensure regulatory compliance if the project proceeds? And then you can see the heading, pre-mining background characterisation. And
yep, I can see that.
The first one, which I haven't grouped in a text box, but the first paragraph refers to the department conducting its own long-term monitoring, assessment of natural gamma radiation, etc. And then it goes on to state what the department will require of the proponent of a mining project, and in particular Kalbar in this case. And it says the department requests each mineral sand mining company to perform comprehensive background radionuclide characterisation of soils, groundwater, surface water, airborne particulates, as well as radon, etc., etc. This is essential in order to permit restoration of the pre-mining environment at the cessation of the mining practice following mine site rehabilitation. So it's clear that DHS intends to require this information to be provided in connection with its licensing and, in particular, assessing compliance with the project if it proceeds.
That's true, but I think that the point that I myself made, and I remember Tillman making as well in the conclave, is that process is not public. This process is public, and so I would have preferred to see that level of data to give a much greater confidence to the sort of the issues we're talking about. And so I guess it's just a matter of we can agree it is going to be done. I would have preferred it to have already been done now, as opposed to in the future.
Thank you. Now this sort of blends into the next line of questions or discussion I'd like to have regarding the mining code. And so you're familiar with the ARPANSA, if that's how you pronounce the acronym.
ARPANSA, yep.
ARPANSA mining code. And it touches on some of the issues around baseline monitoring and the framework for development of plans and license conditions. And I take it you're familiar with the ARPANSA, what I'll just call the ARPANSA mining code.
Broadly, it's not something I've re-reviewed again specifically just for this, but I'm broadly familiar with it, yes.
So are you, well, you haven't read it, so I'll just put it to you. DHS has stated in its response to the IAC that a management licence issued to Kalbar would be expected to require compliance with the mining code.
That's right.
And the code is specific to radiation protection in mining, including separation of heavy minerals from mineral sands ore.
That's correct.
And are you aware, do you recall that the code is written in a way that it can be referenced directly in regulatory instruments like a management licence and set legal obligations?
That's my understanding of the way the legal system works within Australia for these, yes.
Yeah. And so it's a code. It's a national code which is intended to be able to be picked up and dropped in as a licence condition, and then sets that framework that a project needs to comply with as it goes through the various stages, including having the plans prepared, their content and the like.
That's correct.
Now, the objective of the code, I'll read it to you, and I don't want to take you to all of these things because they're minor matters. I'm just setting some context for some further questions. But
understood.
The objective of the code is to provide a regulatory framework to manage the protection of workers, members of the public and the environment from the harmful effects of radiation exposures. That's the objective of the code. Now, you're aware that the code applies to all stages of the mining process, including final site rehabilitation?
That's correct. That's what from memory, yes.
Okay. And do you recall that the code seeks to implement the ALARA principle, being that the principle that doses are to be kept as low as reasonably achievable?
That's a hallmark principle of radiation protection, yes.
And as we've already discussed, the code itself sets the requirements for what a radiation management plan must include.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
And what a radioactive waste management plan must include.
Yeah, there's sometimes specifics in terms of what's considered radioactive waste, and again, sometimes there is some important technical differences there that would need to be looked at, because sometimes mineral sands projects do trigger that, sometimes they don't, I guess. So just an important qualifier there.
Yeah. Now we'll just take you to this because now it's getting to the point that I guess is of relevance to our discussion about what baseline, whether baseline monitoring is going to be required and what it's going to include. And I'll just show this on the screen briefly.
Sure.
Now, sorry, I'm just moving things around. I'll just take you through some of the elements of the radioactive waste management plan. So this is the code. Is this zoomed in at an appropriate level for you to see, or should I go a little zoom in?
I can see that, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're obviously in clause 2.8.2 of the code, and this is the limbs or the elements that the radioactive waste management plan that must be approved by the relevant authority, in this case DHS, must address. And you see at B, it's a description of the environment into which the waste will be discharged or disposed, including baseline radiological characteristics.
Yes.
And then you see at E, a program for monitoring the concentration of radionuclides in the environment and an assessment of doses.
Yes.
And then at G, H and I, a schedule for reporting on the operation and results of the monitoring and assessments required by the plan. So there's obviously ongoing monitoring and review that's required. The rehabilitation plan that we've discussed, you see that?
I can see that, yes.
And here we've got a system of periodic assessment and review of the adequacy and effectiveness of procedures instituted under the radioactive waste management plan.
Yeah, I can see that, yes.
And to the extent, and I had the benefit of watching, I think it was a YouTube clip of a seminar you gave for a university, and I understand broadly your academic focus is on the environmental and social sustainability of mining. And at a conceptual level, I suppose, do you agree with the conceptual framework embodied in the code that I've just taken? Some of the limbs I've just taken you to are important in achieving the sort of ongoing oversight and review of rehabilitation through the various stages of mining.
Yeah, conceptually, that's the approach we all use. I think it's a matter of, I guess, having the evidence to sort of validate that the outcomes are being achieved. That's where a lot of the issues are.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'll move on to the topic of radionuclides in crops, which is, I think, one of the differences of opinion between you and Mr. Billingsley about the sort of actual direct measurement that is likely to be appropriate either now or going forward. At section 3.2 of your evidence, you raise a concern with the existing levels of radio, or the baseline assessment of radionuclides in crops in the region. And again, this will be relevant to measuring the impact of the project, in particular associated with dust deposition, by being able to compare vegetable radionuclide concentrations before and after mining.
Yeah, and I could take you through lots of examples where baseline data is insufficient, and there's arguments now when you're measuring a concentration now, 10, 20 years after a mining project has started, what's the significance of that concentration? And that can be really difficult because the baseline data either is completely absent or completely insufficient. So I think just as a matter of public assurance, I was of the view that if the claims are that there shouldn't be any impact, then if we've got concentrations now, in future there could be other samples taken and those concentrations compared to concentrations now, we can say, yes, okay, that claim is correct, that there hasn't been any change in radionuclide levels in, say, various food crops or stock or things like that as well. So I think it's just a matter of, from my point of view, and I'm not trying to say that there is therefore a high risk. I think we collectively agreed that it's a low risk, but the claim is being made in the ES that there shouldn't be an impact. So therefore, we should be able to get the data to help validate that. And so getting baseline data on things like radionuclides in crops and stock and so on was just an important way to help validate that claim.
Understand, and I accept the before and after comparison with direct empirical evidence and measurements is commonly the scientific method for proving up predictions have gone according to plan. But I just want to touch upon some of the reasons why there's this, reluctance on the part of Mr. Billingsley and get you to join issue with those aspects. And the issue that he's raised is, as you discussed in the conclave, the large variability in measurements of vegetables or radionuclides in vegetables. And I think you accept there's a large variability in measurements of vegetables.
Well, I think it depends on which and how you're sampling and other things. And I think I have to just explain a bit first to be able to help people understand that. If we look at a particular vegetable or could be a particular animal, we know that some radionuclides, let's take radium, for example. Radium is a calcium analog, so it tends to attract go to bones. If you're looking at other radionuclides, they behave differently in the body. So they will accumulate, say uranium would tend to affect the kidney, for example. All right, and so when you're sampling, if you want to look at if you're looking at, say, whole organism, or you're looking at specific parts. And so you can see certainly differences between different parts, whether it's a plant or a piece of vegetation or an animal of some sort, or even a human, for example. Right, so you can certainly see variations there, both over time as well as between different parts and so on. So a lot of that, I think, is making sure the way I would approach that is to say, well, making sure we're always sampling the same thing all the time. And we know from literature out there that sometimes certain plants, and this is not something that's as well quantified, I think, as we would like, but certainly we know that some plants, certain features of that plant are likely to accumulate metals more than others. There are some plants that are now being recognised for their potential to actually extract metals out of soil, so hyperaccumulators as they're called. Right? And so we know from that type of research that if you sample one particular plant, part of that plant, you'll always get a very high concentration compared to other parts of that plant. So I think a lot of it, knowing the literature that's out there on these types of issues, my approach is, well, we just need a consistent approach, a consistent methodology that says we always sample a particular part of the crop, whether it be the stem, the leaf, the main vegetable or things like that, and do that consistently and have enough samples there so that we've got that sort of representativeness. So, and I think if we follow that sort of process, I don't think the variation would tend to be as large as what Darren sort of believes it would be. But again, yes, there's certainly variability. But again, from a scientific point of view, that's why we set up a standard methodology and making sure we're comparing. An analogy might be a Granny Smith apple with a Granny Smith apple, as opposed to a golden delicious apple. So, one's green, one's red, they're both apples, but there's subtle differences. But again, we just need to make sure we're comparing the same things all the time. So from a method point of view, so we can understand that.
Yeah. Okay, understand. I take your point. You didn't read it, so I'll have to just put it to you again. The DHS also, like Mr. Billingsley, acknowledged the large variability in radionuclide content in crops and therefore agreed that the approach adopted in the AES of modelling the uptake difference in a before and after sense rather than attempting to measure it directly was a valid one.
It's one approach. I guess my approach is to get concentrations. So to me, that's the thing that validates. And as someone who's helped build models in groundwater and other areas, all of my professional career, it's I still think the best way to validate is to get direct measurement. And that's certainly an important principle.
Okay. Now, the direct measurement will assist in assessing if there's something's gone wrong with the site down the track. If you're seeing some marked increase in the concentrations of radionuclides in a lettuce that's grown in the valley, that's the kind of purpose of getting that existing data and being able to compare it, in 10 years or 20 years' time. But if we just take it back a step to look at what the likely changes are to radionuclide concentrations in crops, you accept that based on the transfer factors applied and the dust deposition rates assumed, Mr. Billingsley has modelled that difference, and in fact it's very, very small. Do you accept that?
I think it does rely on transfer factors, which there often aren't great data sets for Australian conditions and vegetation. So that's an issue there. But again, in the absence of data, we use the available information that's out there. And the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy, has certainly done a lot of work in this space of environmental uptake of radionuclides. And so, but I think it does rely on that. But also, we don't just, and I suppose if you're thinking about it, we don't just assume that because the risk to workers is low, we don't monitor. We still monitor workers. So I think, therefore, it's an important principle that if we expect the impacts to be really low to negligible for the environment, we still gather data to prove that that's the case. I think that's a reasonable approach.
Okay, I understand. Now, I'll just move on from that then. Now, perhaps the second last point I just wanted to discuss with you is the proliferation issues, if I can just call them that, the EPBC Act and safeguard issues that you've raised.
Yes.
Now, you're an environmental engineer.
That's my profession, yes.
And I think you fairly have said in a number of places and in your oral evidence today, you're not a legal expert.
No, and obviously I can't pretend to be. But I guess like professionals in the same sense that all of us engage in this sort of space, you have to have a good working knowledge of the way the law works. I mean, I teach these sorts of processes to my students. So I've certainly got a good working knowledge as an engineer of how these things work.
Yeah. And I think it's fair to say we don't discount the presence of safeguard mechanisms and international protocols and the like. I think if you read Technical Note 21 and consider what it says, I think the issue stems more around the relevance of these matters either under the EPBC Act, concerned with the environment of Australia, and then, as you've identified, the Victorian Act, both of which come within the scope of the IAC. But I don't want to ask you about legal issues. To the extent this aspect of your evidence touches on engineering matters, in your conclave statement, you agreed with Mr. Billingsley and Dr. Ruff that the concentrations of the ore are below those prohibited for mining by the Victorian Act.
In the ore, yes.
Yeah, and so, well, in the ore, but I think you agreed in the conclave statement, therefore, the Victorian prohibition does not apply.
Yeah, and I think that's an issue. And it's something that I think both Victorian law and the EPBC law, this is a context where the mechanisms that were designed to tease out whether something will be required for safeguards or not. I think this is an example where it's failed. And I've certainly gone through the sort of very technical calculations on radionuclide concentrations and other things in the past. And having only just received the technical note late last week, I haven't had a chance to go through that. And I know there is this type of calculation that's part of the EPBC process to justify whether it's a nuclear action and requires safeguards or not. But so I think there's that side of things. But I think in a lot of ways, to me, it's also much simpler. The quantity of uranium and thorium involved that's contained in the heavy mineral concentrate is of significant interest. And so I think that's something that really should be considered. Now,
I understand.
Leave up to others legally.
I understand your opinions in relation to those matters, but I think it's fair for us, at least for my discussion with you just now, just to focus in on the engineering matters, given you're here as an environmental engineering expert. And that's why I just wanted to get your assistance with the numbers and the concentrations and the like. So I'll just put up on the screen and then I can move on from this point, the conclave statement. And this is where you're seeing that, Dr. Mudd.
I can see that, yes.
Yep. And this is the bit that I think was of most assistance to the various lawyers and the like in the room, or virtually in the room. And that's where you compare the concentrations of the Fingerboards project, uranium and thorium, against what the prohibition levels are in the Victorian Act. And you can see here, it looks like we've got a couple of decimal places difference where we're underneath those prohibition levels. Is that correct?
In the ore, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, another matter, and I won't take you to the points, but it's correct, isn't it, that the only material in this project that's characterised as radiation material under the Radiation Act 2005 is the heavy mineral concentrate.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Yeah. So the ore and the tailings are below the activity levels that are identified as radioactive material in the Victorian legislation.
Yeah.
Now, look.
We are looking for a break, Mr. McArdle. So I'm not saying you have to finish before the break, but we will be breaking at any minute. So if you find a good spot, then please do.
I only have one. I think now is a convenient time. I only have one more question, but I don't want to truncate it. So,
thank you. That would be that's appreciated. There's a number of things I want to review in the break as well. So we will break there. We'll start again at 11:30. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman. Just before we all turn our screens off, can I just indicate that there is a participant with their hand up?
Yes, we're monitoring Ms. Eastman. We have offered her. She's actually sent us the question. I'll either get her to ask it directly or I will ask it for her. Thank you. We'll start again at 11:30. Okay, Mr. McArdle, we're back with you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just before we start, I'll just check that Dr. Gibbs is with us. Thank you. Mr. McArdle.
Dr. Mudd, you said in your oral evidence that good management, that ultimately success will come down to how things are managed. So I just want to outline some of the compliance and monitoring requirements that will apply and then ask you some questions about that. Now, I know you say you didn't read the DHS response. That's no criticism, by the way. Apologies for any tone that I just accidentally made there. But I already took you to the part of that document which had the heading, how would the department ensure regulatory compliance? And I want to take you back to that because I brought your attention to the baseline monitoring section, and then I just want to outline some of the additional parts and then frame some questions. So I'll share this on the screen because I know you don't have it and for others to follow along. So I'm back in this section, how would the department ensure regulatory compliance? The first bit we've discussed is the pre-mining background characterisation. Then I'll just go to the next limb. You see there's an opportunity or intended requirement for periodic document review. And you can see that it says that every 6 months, mineral sand mining companies submit a report of their review of the implementation of their respective radiation management plans and radioactive waste management plans. The department reviews the submitted reports and discusses with the mineral sand mining company any aspect that requires clarification. And then you see there's an intention for a response arising from that review, and it's expressed as, should the department consider additional efforts are required in order to ensure compliance with public and occupational dose limits and or protection of the environment. The Radiation Act provides powers for the department to direct improvements to be made. So you accept that the intention here is for periodic review and adaptive responses as required?
There is review, and that is normal practice, but in my experience, this process is entirely between the company and the regulator. It's certainly not a public process.
Understand. And then when we go on to the next element, I'll just scroll, you see that the department intends to conduct inspections of mineral sands mines twice yearly. So the department will effectively be on the ground and having a look at things as well as a second limb to this regulatory response.
Yeah, and that's expected, and that's normal. Yep.
Now, the next heading we have is about monitoring and testing, and again, it's talking about this sort of periodic monitoring and response mechanisms. And it says periodic monitoring of the radiation parameters measured prior to commencement of the practice is designed to continue by virtue of the enforceable radiation management plan, radioactive waste management plan, and radiation environment plan. In this way, any changes to pre-mining radiation levels are detected and discussed with the licence holder regarding their significance and possible amelioration or remediation needs to reduce any significant radiation risk. And so you accept that the baseline monitoring, which we've already discussed, will be required by DHS, will then be used in the manner we discussed to see if things are on track, and if they're not on track, adapted accordingly.
Yeah, and I suppose, as it says there, any changes to pre-mining radiation levels, I guess that reinforces the fact we need good data to be able to make that judgment.
I understand, and I accept that. Now, the next limb here, as the regulatory and compliance response, addresses verification of code requirements, and we've I haven't taken you to the document directly, but we've discussed it in conceptual terms what the mining code provides for. And you can see here that the department is saying that the mining code would be applied as a condition of a management license issued to CalBar. So in effect, that's just confirming what we've already discussed.
That would be standard practice, yes.
I'll skip the next bit. And then this is the point that goes more to my discussion with you. This is the paragraph I'm about to read from. As the project develops and matures and additional information I think that should be is known regarding the project, such plans are subject to agreed changes with the department in order to optimise the radiation protection efforts and achieve the desired regulatory outcomes. As living documents, the department would assess the performance of CalBar against the requirements of the Act, the code, the transport code, and the relevant adopted plans. So you accept again that the intention is for adaptive responses and there to be living obligations that will adapt as the project goes through its various life cycles.
Well, that's the normal process of regulation, and I guess that could be perceived to be, strengthening conditions and outcomes, and sometimes there may be a perception there that it could be weakening the outcomes as well. So I think that would be the normal regulatory process, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mudd. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. McArdle. I just have a couple of questions I want to put on behalf of others. Just bear with me while I bring them up. Firstly, I have a question on behalf of one of our submitters, Ms. Eastman. Dr. Mudd, are you aware that the work plan that we've got, and Ms. Eastman has referred me to document 197, I think it's page 5-2, which you don't need to go to, but it is there. I checked in the break. The work plan allows for up to 500,000 tonnes of HMC stockpile to account for market vagaries, so the potential to stockpile on site if the price is low, presumably. It appears that, these are her words again, it appears the stockpile was not accounted for in the radiation report. Would you have a view, firstly, were you aware of the stockpile if it were to occur up to that level of 500,000 tonnes? And how would it alter your conclusions regarding potential impacts on workers, drivers, and amounts of dust that might travel off site in terms of the community?
I think that the size of the stockpile is one thing, but I think probably to me, from my understanding of these types of issues, and I could cite examples like Magellan in Western Australia, where they had a large concentrate stockpile at the Port of Esperance that was poorly managed, and it allowed lead-rich dust to blow around that area, and it caused very significant impacts. And so, and that was poorly managed, and it was poorly managed against what it was supposed to be doing. So there are certainly examples out there where there are failures. So I think, therefore, and the general approach is to make sure that we are very stringent. And so if you've got a stockpile of the size is certainly one thing, but how it's managed, especially with respect to dust and how it's packed and stored there, and so on. And so I think as long as we've got the really stringent requirements around that, I think that it should be able to stay as a low risk, but it's certainly something that does need that very active management to make sure that you're not getting drying out of the concentrate and windblown dust or things like that. And so I think that's I suppose that's not something I've gone into great detail in my report, but it's something that was discussed at the radiation conclave and the size of that. But I think, from memory, and I'm sure it's documented in the conclave report, but I'm happy to be corrected, is that, it was sort of, as long as it's well managed and they're paying very particular attention to dust, and I suppose obviously, the time workers are spending there, then it can be managed, but that requires very active management.
Thank you. I just want to put a question, another one that's come in on behalf of Dr. Joyner. You stated quite clearly that in your view, managing dust on the site and preventing dust egress off-site is obviously a very important issue. What sort of key areas would you want to see in a dust management plan in relation to radiation, particularly, which is the area of interest to you? What sort of key things would you want to see in that plan in terms of actions and timing and so on?
Well, I think certainly where monitoring is occurring, that's a very key issue, and that monitoring also needs to be aligned with, sounds like a cliche, but which way the wind blows, right? Because obviously, if and again, I haven't reviewed the meteorological conditions specifically at Glenaladale and that part of Gippsland, but for example, if you've got wind blowing in a particular direction more commonly than in others, obviously you would want more dust monitoring in those areas than the other side. So I think where monitoring is occurring is really, really important, and sufficient amount of monitoring. So not just 2 or 3 sites, but several or a dozen or more, depending. Right, and so that's important. So where we're monitoring dust is obviously quite critical. Frequency, the methods. There's various methods to monitor dust, both the volume or the mass of dust there, but then also taking samples of that collected dust to measure things like the concentrations. And that way, whether it's Darren's sort of assessment of concentrations and so on, and assuming that let's say it's 3.7%, I think, is the average concentration in the ore of ore in the overall ore body, and so the radionuclide content, etc. So we can go through and sort of do those sort of calculations, and so that data would be able to be verified. So I think all of those aspects, I think, need to be there, as well as requirements for watering down the haul roads, the way the process plant is managed, where concentrates are stored, and so on. So basically, anywhere where you can get dust as a source, then that obviously needs to be very actively managed as well.
Thank you. Can I just go to my other members, Mr. Ginnivan?
You're on mute, John.
My apologies, I clicked on it. Dr. Mudd, at paragraph 38 of your evidence statement, you make reference to the need for monitoring after mine closure and rehabilitation. Can you just give me some advice on what the recommended period for that should be, and is it a monitoring that continues after rehabilitation has finished, or is it a monitoring that starts after mine closure, but whilst rehabilitation of the overall landscape is still happening? And you made the reference that natural systems will take a long time to settle, and so I'm presuming the monitoring needs to continue for some extensive period.
Yeah, and I think to be specific there, and I think we need to unpack what the different terms that are often used. And mine closure and rehabilitation are often different things. Mine closure is the project stopped and maybe the plant's dismantled or things like that. Rehabilitation is the process of trying to restore some sort of natural or post-mining landform or land use. And so normally when we talk about monitoring, it's after all of those works have been finished. Right? There's obviously monitoring, I suppose, going on during that time as well. But I suppose some of the monitoring and the sort of the ways to assess we can do the rehabilitation works, and then we come back and check whether it's 5 years or 10 years and so on. Now, For example, there are other mine sites, Rum Jungle would be one, a former uranium mine up in the Northern Territory. It was rehabilitated in the 1980s. That rehabilitation was expected to have a 100-year engineering design life. Now, within 10 years, the rehabilitation works were starting to fail, and there was clear evidence that they weren't meeting their objectives. All right, and so there was at least monitoring for that 10 years. All right, so now we're dealing with, in some ways, a much simpler context with a mineral sands project compared to a former uranium mine. But I think one of the key things is we need to work out how long we need to monitor for, and at what point do we assess and say, yes, rehabilitation successful, and at that point, Earth Resources regulation would then say, okay, the bond can be released and the liability released because the site is sustainable and in a good condition, and we've achieved the outcomes in terms of rehabilitation. The problem is there's no standard process or definition for that. And so, and a lot of that, and again, I think other experts would probably agree, there can be variability on how you approach that. Sometimes 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. The MacArthur River zinc mine in the Northern Territory, when it finishes in around about 2060, I think, is expected to have a 1,000-year timeframe for rehabilitation based on some very acute environmental risks there. All right, so I think the timeframe will vary, and I think for mineral sands projects, we're certainly talking a much shorter timeframe, obviously, than 1,000 years. But there is no standard guidance on that, and there's certainly no standard approach, and it varies across all the states and territories I've been involved with.
Is there how would that normally be determined, therefore? Is it another meeting of experts to come up with a best consensus on what would be required, or is it simply a stab in the dark?
It's based on informed judgment of some of the systems there. And I think this is something that was discussed when I was participating in the rehabilitation conclave. Now, it may well be 5 years is sufficient for Fingerboards. It maybe 10 might be better. I'm not 100% certain of that myself. You could argue might even need 20 years of rehabilitation monitoring to make sure. And I think part of and this is what was discussed, is the concept that's often used from a regulatory sense in terms of mine rehabilitation is the trajectory. So we know we're heading towards a target, for example. Let's say the target's up here, and I'm hoping this visualization is coming through okay. And as long as we're heading towards that, and we've got the monitoring data over time that we can say, yes, we're heading towards that, then at some point the regulator may say, that's pretty good, we're comfortable that we're going to reach that, and the lease can be relinquished and the bond released or things like that. So now other times there may be a case where the lease is not released, or the lease is not relinquished. Right? And there are certainly examples of that, such as Kidston up in Queensland, where the lease, nearly 20 years after rehabilitation has finished, the lease has still not been relinquished. But there are other examples where leases have been. So I don't think there's any specific number. It's something that issue was discussed at the rehabilitation conclave. But I suppose that's the point we arrived at, I guess.
Okay, thank you. My second question relates to the risks, if any, that you would identify with the transport of the heavy mineral concentrate, in effect, after it leaves the mine site. In a broad sense, it's extracted, it's hauled down to a proposed rail siding, it ends up on a train, it's taken to a ship, it's put on a ship. So from the point where it leaves the rail siding, what are the potential risks associated with that?
There are accidents that can happen. The Adelaide to Darwin Railway that transports concentrates from sites like Prominent Hill, for example. And so there's certainly been train accidents where that concentrate being transported on that train has then been released into the environment. And so then that's had to be remediated and cleaned up. So there are certainly examples where accidents happen. Obviously we don't want them to happen, but right. So I think a lot of the normal processes we have for emergency response are there. Sometimes I think, from my knowledge of elsewhere across these sorts of issues, sometimes local councils aren't equipped or aren't able to respond to something that involves radioactive materials. And I think it's very clear. I think we all acknowledge and agree this is a radioactive source material. So it has to be managed as that. And so that's something that obviously, if there were to be an accident, either with a truck or a train or at the port, for example, then all of the facilities and services in those areas need to be able to respond accordingly. And that's an aspect I haven't looked into myself. It was sort of, I suppose, outside of my scope specifically. But it's something that would have to be thought about. And I think, knowing what's happened elsewhere, if you look at the Magellan case in Western Australia, part of the problem that they had there in terms of transport was the plant was expected to add on a circuit at the process plant there at the mine near Walloona to palletise things. And so what that means is taking it from a dry, sort of, let's say, flour-like texture, so very fine sort of material, and palletise it into sort of grains, like small grains of rice or little peas, things like that. So that way they're solid and you can't get dust blown off that very easily. Now, the company did not build that extra circuit, and so they were transporting the dust initially in a moist state. And when you're travelling, what would it be, 800 kilometres, 1,000 kilometres from the mine site down to the port of Esperance, and then the way it was being stored in Esperance allowed the concentrate there to dry out and then dust to blow freely. And so that was the problem there. So I think these are standard learnings. I think in many ways, when you look at industry, we know these things, but I know from looking at the radioactive waste management facility that's been proposed nationally over the past 25 years in various forms, when you look at the transport routes along that, there have certainly been issues that a lot of the emergency services were not informed that there was going to be potentially radioactive waste transported along their local patch, and nor were they equipped to deal with such an emergency if it arose. So I think that would need to be done here, and this is different to normal mineral sands operations. Because, of course, normal mineral sands operations, say in Western Victoria, the monazite mineral in particular, the radioactive mineral, is taken back to the mine site. So the extent of that transport is much more local. So whereas here we are transporting or proposing to transport a heavy mineral concentrate that is a radioactive material. So I think, so hopefully that helps.
It does. Thank you. They're my questions, Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Ginnivan. I'm just going to go to a question from Ms. McCann. Are you with us, Ms. McCann? Submitter 168. I've put you in the main room. Can you hear me? Might have been an accidental hand up. Ms. Rice-Schneider, did you have a question while we're investigating that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Mudd, my question's in relation to the rehabilitation of the mining site. My understanding from your submission is that the naturally occurring radionuclides form part of the current soil composition across the site or in the environment, and therefore, correct me if I'm wrong, they're part of the broader ecosystem or environment in the locality. My question is whether you have a view on if these radionuclides are extracted from the soil composition on site because of the mining operation, whether there is an impact on the broader environment from taking them away and returning the tailings in the cake form into the environment.
No, I think there's probably an important distinction I just start with there. And one is the natural soils, I suppose, for the most part, don't have monazite in them. You only have small zones where you've got the concentration of the broad suite of heavy minerals, including rutile and ilmenite and zircon, as well as monazite. And so it's those zones where you've got the radioactive material or radionuclides. And so now, typically speaking, so therefore a lot of the environment there is not actually naturally exposed to these elevated levels that you find in the ore zones of the heavy minerals specifically. So now, and a lot of those are typically buried, like sometimes there are spots like Perry Gully where you can certainly get and show that it's really close to the surface. So subcrop, as we would call it in geology, or it's deeper. And so it's it's buried. And so you don't see the sort of natural, and this is what the evidence shows, at least at the moment, is that there's no examples, I guess, where you've got these elevated levels of radionuclides into the environment. So certainly I wouldn't expect that there'd be any sort of significant risk of that. The only other issue that I don't think anyone's considered is the issue of stygofauna. And normally in these sorts of shallow contexts, you don't find stygofauna. So and that's the sort of small little macroinvertebrates that exist in groundwater and in deep in the geology. And so, from my understanding of things like stygofauna, you wouldn't expect to find them in very shallow systems like this. But so I would expect that the answer would be no. You wouldn't expect any change in the environment by removing the radionuclide content.
Thank you. They're my questions.
Thank you. Just a question in relation to sensitivity of the radiation levels and dust travelling off site. I think from what you're saying, it's the level of natural radiation there is, it's not an extremely hot site, so to speak. So if you did have say you had an extreme weather event, perhaps 2 days of 100-kilometre-an-hour winds from the southwest, for example, associated with a very, very strong cold front. You had some dust control failures, or the dust control systems just couldn't cope with the situation that was there. Is that sort of periodic extreme event going to fundamentally change the impact on adjacent properties? I'm thinking of more so than the workers, or would you be more concerned about sort of day-to-day management not meeting its objectives?
There's a few things in that, I guess. Firstly, a lot of that will depend on exactly what's happening at the time when that sort of extreme event happens. Now, if you've got a situation like Perry Gully, for example, just to use that because it is an example where we know we've got exposure of the ore zones, the heavy mineral concentrated zones, where you do know there's elevated radiation. So if you had 100-kilometre winds blasting through that, and you had a very nearby house, for example, then they may be exposed to a build-up of dust that has a higher concentration of those ore minerals in it than, say, Darren's estimates assume. So, but again, and I think this is where I suppose you've just got to look at it from both sides as well and say, well, if it's a one-off event and we can identify that, we go in and do the assessment, and there may be a need for some sort of cleanup. And I certainly know of other examples around the mining industry where companies do pay to go in and clean houses to remove dust buildup. I've certainly seen examples like that, as well as it being important in places like Port Pirie, where you've got a big lead smelter, right? So, or Mount Isa and so on as well. So there's other examples out there where that context of you can get buildup. Right, I suppose Port Pirie and Mount Isa is more the gradual buildup, but rather than an extreme event. But so I suppose it's a plausible scenario, absolutely, and I guess. How would that be identified and responded to? And I think that's, I suppose, a regulatory question.
Thank you. Just going back again to Ms. McCann, did you have a question? You appear to be on mute here. No, just bear with me. Just a question from Ms. Carruthers. Let me just get it up. Get rid of that. I'm aware Ms. Carruthers is part of Mine Free Glenaladale, but I did want to just, it's something of interest. Is there, Dr. Mudd, is there a requirement for CalBar to placard the trucks and trains with radioactive warnings? As CalBar stated, they aren't required to do that because of the levels of radioactivity. Are you able to give an opinion on that?
No, not specifically. That's a level of detail I guess I haven't looked at, but certainly I think there's a broad recognition from experts and from my understanding from DHS as well that the heavy mineral concentrate is a radioactive material and would need to be transported as such. So what that means in terms of labelling, I guess I'd have to leave that as an open question either for DHS and so on. Okay.
Thank you for that. Just checking, I don't think Dr. Gibbs had questions. In that case, we're going back to you, Ms. Porter.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Mudd, I just have a couple of questions by way of re-examination. You were asked a number of questions about the baseline data and specifically the timing for collection of that data and its utility at various stages in the process. And it was put to you that Mr. Billingsley's evidence was that you wouldn't typically have the level of baseline data you've been calling for at this stage of assessment. And I think you commenced your answer with a discussion about your 25 years experience in this field. My question is, what level of baseline data would you expect to see ordinarily at this level of, or at this stage in the environmental assessment process?
Sure, and I think the way that we approach that is we need to understand different soil types, because different soils can have different levels. Also, different land uses can affect concentrations in soils, whether it be the use of fertilisers or other things like that. So you can get trace metals in fertilisers that can often accumulate in soil. So that's an issue that often has to be looked at, and there is research out there around the world on these types of things. So I think the way I would approach it is to make sure that we've got enough samples to account for all of these types of factors. And so and geographically, and I know in the EES documentation, and I think it's acknowledged by Darren as well, is that there was they only had access to certain sites across the region. Right, and that was basically where they had permission to go and take samples. So there's certainly, I suppose, a significant fraction, and that the extent of the quantitative fraction is not really stated, I think, from memory, but of things. So I think there's still a large part of the area that hasn't been quantified at all. But I couldn't put a fraction, whether it's half or a quarter or three quarters. That's not made clear in the EES.
Perhaps it might assist if I, coming back specifically to this project, I just share section 4.4 of the scoping requirements. I'll just run you through a couple of them and then ask you a question. This is the draft evaluation objective in relation to protecting the health and wellbeing of residents and local communities and minimising effects on air quality, for example, having regard to relevant limits, targets or standards. And the key issues there are the potential for diminished social wellbeing due to exposure to dust, air pollution and radiation, which I've highlighted there, as well as hazardous materials. And the potential for public health risks that could arise from elevated levels of airborne pollutants. And then under priorities for characterising the existing environment, I've highlighted this bullet point here, characterise background radiation levels within the project site and the broader project area. And then finally, design and mitigation measures, identify potential and proposed design responses and or mitigation measures to avoid, reduce and or manage any significant effects for sensitive receptors during all of those phases of the mine, arising from, and I've highlighted here, adverse changes to the background radiation levels in the vicinity of the project, including the radionuclide content of vegetation, surface water and groundwater. So just having regard to those aspects of the scoping requirements for this project data that has been collected, what's your assessment of whether or not those particular provisions of the scoping requirements have been met in this case?
At the moment, I think and certainly on groundwater and surface water, as well as vegetation, I think we need a lot more data. I think there's still a paucity of data. So from my point of view as a scientist, being able to look at I suppose, the risks and, attribute impacts or changes, whichever word we want to use. But it's, I think certainly need more data to be able to be confident about that. And I think the problem I've seen and experienced, and I've seen this at many mine sites where we've only got a very small amount of samples or a small fraction, or we don't account for the factors and processes that we know are important, whether that's seasonal variability, whether that's an extreme event or, a drought, for example, versus, floods. There can be a lot of things that can affect concentrations in things like surface water and groundwater, as well as soils and so on. So I think unless we've got our baseline studies that are really characterising all of those types of things, I think then it makes it very hard for scientists to actually work out has there been an adverse change or an actual environmental impact. That's the way we approach it.
And finally, Dr. Mudd, you were asked a number of questions and taken a number of times to the response of the Department of Human Services in relation to how it intends to perform its regulatory functions in relation to radiation and radioactive material, and specifically that there would be a radiation management plan and a radioactive waste management plan. Have you seen draft versions of those documents through this process for this project?
No, not to my knowledge, and I've certainly searched for these types of documents before for other projects, and I think one of the problems I've always encountered is that these types of processes between an agency like DHS and a company is they're not public. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think certainly, for myself, if I want to be able to assure community and talk through what I believe the risks are that the data and those sorts of documents and plans and so on, I think should be out in the public realm. It helps to validate the claim of no impact or low risk or things like that. So I think certainly from my point of view, I like these things to be public. I think that's a transparency and accountability is certainly an important part of the way I would see these projects operating.
And for the committee's purposes in assessing the environmental effects of this project, what's your assessment of the utility of having draft radiation management plan and radioactive waste management plans at this stage in the process?
I acknowledge they're still draft at this point, but I think where's monitoring, and how frequently are we sampling, and how frequently, and what exactly is being monitored. So not only where are we monitoring, but how frequently, what is being monitored, whether we're just monitoring dust loads, for example, whether we're taking samples of that dust to then get concentrations of heavy metals and radionuclides that would be present there. So all of that would be part of that process. And so I think for me, I would have loved to have seen that, and that helped me get more confidence that, yes, these things have been thought through, they're well designed, because I could talk through many examples where monitoring's in the wrong place. And so you're just, and therefore it's not allowing you to answer the proper question, which is actually what is the environmental impact or public health impact or things like that. And if you don't have your monitoring in the right place, then you can't answer that question accurately.
And finally, were this project to be approved and given approval by DHS in accordance with what it's said would be its regulatory requirements, would you expect the radiation management plan and the radioactive waste management plan to be public documents that are available to members of the community or not?
I would hope they are. I think historically I've found that these documents are not made public, but I think I would certainly hope they are. I think that's important transparency to help validate the claims that are being made about management and low risk or things like that. So that way, the evidence is there, and so we can have confidence or otherwise in these documents. I think that's an important part of the process.
Are you aware of whether under the regulations they're required to be made publicly available?
As far as I understand it, I don't believe they're required to be made public, but again, now whether that's just a policy position of the department or whether that's a strict in law somewhere, that I'm not sure about.
Thanks very much for your time today, Dr. Mudd. Mr. Chairman, those are my questions, and if Dr. Mudd could please be excused.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mudd. You may be excused.
Sorry, thank you.
Now, Mr. Chairman, it's only just past 12. I'm hopeful that we can get evidence at least partially complete for Dr. Ruff. If I could just share, I think he was in the attendees.
It's just popping up now.
Excellent, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Ruff. Could you just confirm that you can see and hear us clearly?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
You sound very clear. Excellent. I hope it's acceptable if I call you Dr. Ruff. It's a little easier than your full title.
I've been called worse.
Dr. Ruff, what's your full name?
Tillman Alfred Ruff.
And you're currently the Honorary Principal Fellow at the School of Population and Global Health at the University of Melbourne, as well as holding a number of other honorary positions. I might, before I go to your qualifications, I might go to your expert witness report and just confirm you prepared an expert witness report dated the 1st of February 2021. And I understand that we've circulated a revised version of that statement that has some minor, largely typographical markups to it. Is that correct?
Yes, apologies. That wasn't put online earlier, but there's just some minor typographical corrections and one additional reference that I'd omitted, unfortunately.
And just to clarify, do any of those changes alter the opinions that you've reached in this matter?
No.
Okay, and so taking those corrections to your witness statement, does the witness statement in its corrected form contain facts that are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And does it contain opinions you truly hold?
Yes.
I tender that revised report, Mr. Chairman. I might do this now before I forget to do it. Actually, no, I'll go to the conclave first. Dr. Ruff, did you participate in a conclave of experts, namely Mr. Billingsley, Dr. Mudd and Ms. Teague, with a number of observers on the 14th of April 2021?
Yes, I did.
And there is a report of that conclave which appears to bear your signature on the date of the 16th of April 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does that conclave report accurately document your areas of agreement and disagreement with the experts who participated in that conclave?
Yes, very substantially.
Thank you. Now, owing to the nature of this hearing being virtual, I'll just go through some undertakings, then we'll come to your qualifications. Can you confirm to the committee that you will be alone in the room from which you are giving evidence and that you will not make or receive any communication with another person while giving your evidence except with the express leave of the committee?
Yes, that's fine.
Do you confirm that you will inform the committee immediately should another person enter the room from which you are giving evidence?
I don't expect that. Yes.
Do you confirm that during breaks in your evidence when under cross-examination you will not discuss your evidence with any other person except with the leave of the committee?
Yes.
And do you confirm that you will not have before you any document other than your corrected witness statement, the documents referred to within that witness statement, the 2 articles that have been circulated yesterday evening, the conclave report, or any other documents that are put to you in cross-examination without the express leave of the committee?
Sure. I might just mention that there are a couple of additional references in the PowerPoint slides that I included from readily available public sources, particularly our PANZA website. But all of those are referenced in the slides.
And just to clarify, the 2 articles that have been circulated on your behalf, were those articles provided to the witnesses who participated in the conclave that you're aware of?
Yes, they were. I hadn't been aware of them at the time of preparing my expert witness statement, but they were circulated to the members of the conclave.
Thank you. We'll come to your presentation shortly, but you have included with your expert witness statement a very lengthy curriculum vitae. I think rather than taking you through the detail of that, are you able to summarise just in brief terms to the committee the expertise that you hold in the area of radiation and specifically the health impacts of radiation as set out in your witness statement?
Sure. Well, my training is as a specialist physician, initially in infectious diseases, and have worked extensively in the fields of immunisation. But for the last 40 years, the public health implications of nuclear technology and its control have become the dominant part of my work, including teaching and writing and sort of evidence-based advocacy in a variety of domains. So that's been a significant part of my work for in recent decades.
Thank you. I'll now invite you to screen share the presentation that you've prepared and step us through that presentation.
Thank you. Yes, I'll do that. Where do I find the screen share? Okay.
Hopefully in the...
Yep.
Dr. Ruff, I think you've what you've done is you've shared the entire screen. If you go back out, if you stop sharing and...
Yes, I'll do that. That's what I intended to do. Is that better?
That's better.
Yeah. So thanks for this opportunity. And essentially what I've done is hoping that it would be helpful for the committee, knowing that you've got more than enough documents, but just to try and summarise the key aspects of my recommendations, and particularly the areas of disagreement from the conclave, and some additional comments on those that I hope will be useful for you. So the areas of disagreement directly from the conclave report I've highlighted in purple, and extracts from that meeting statement. You obviously have these, but just for your convenience, I hope I've just... Those are in blue, just to clarify the colours I've used. So essentially, the major volume of my expert witness statement was to really make the case, I think, on the basis of very compelling and diverse evidence that our understanding of radiation health impacts has evolved quite significantly since the regulatory standards and all of the guidance documents on which radiation management is based. And there's very clear evidence now from large occupational studies of nuclear industry workers, from medical exposures, particularly CT scans in children, from the influence of even minor variations in levels of background environmental radiation of the order of a millisievert or two a year, have significant measurable impacts on health outcomes, and that it's very clear now that there is no level below which radiation doesn't have health impacts. Obviously, the greater the dose, the greater the impact, but there's no level below which there are no effects. And within the regulatory limits, these are not limits below which there are no effects. So really the levels of 1 and 20 millisieverts respectively that are used in Australia and widely around the world for acceptable additional non-medically justified exposures for members of the public and workers respectively really involve quite considerable levels of risk. And this is not to argue with the principles of optimisation and the ALARA principles, essentially, that the dose should be minimised as much as feasible, but really to help guide interpretation that, the levels that are acceptable, a level that even significantly below the regulatory limits, like 5 to 10 millisieverts per year for a worker, would be of significant concern. Most of my friends in nuclear who work in nuclear radiology would be extremely concerned if their measured levels working with radiation every day in the health sector were more than at most 2 millisieverts per year. So that was the basis on which I've suggested that there should be, I've used the term trigger levels, but essentially alert levels that in the processes of managing the proposed project, should it proceed, should be very much lower than anywhere close to those regulatory limits. I made the point because it certainly wasn't clear in the documentation that I had received that very comprehensive environmental and personal radiation monitoring for workers should be conducted. There was no disagreement about that, but I think it is a very important point. One aspect of our understanding of radiation that's evolved that I didn't see reflected in any of the project documentation or the baseline predictions on the basis of modelling were the particular age and gendered vulnerabilities of radiation impacts. So it's quite clear now that this is a gendered issue, and women and girls overall are about 40% more susceptible to long-term cancer induction from any given dose of radiation than men and boys, and that for both sexes, age is a very significant factor, so that young children, particularly under the age of 2, are between 3 and 5, or typically 4 to 5 times more susceptible long-term to cancer induction than adults. So the most important group in the population for consideration of any project that involves radiation exposure for the public, I think, is children, and particularly girls. And I couldn't see any of the modelling for the radiation doses projected for members of the public that took account of either gender or age factors, nor could I see any designation or identification of sites where children might be particularly exposed. For example, sporting activities, schools, childcare, kindergarten facilities in the area. None of that seemed to be recorded, even that very simple, at a very simple mapping level in any of the documentation available. And I would strongly urge that because of the particular vulnerability, as well as our particular duties of care for children, that children and girls in particular should be specifically factored in and considered in the radiation protection aspects of the project. something that came up in Gavin Mudd's evidence that I just joined is this question of how extensive monitoring should be, both over time, particularly at baseline, but also how extensive and what it should include. And I certainly would strongly concur with the recommendations from Dr. Joyner and the Department of Health that really monitoring pre, during and after such a project really should be established for all of the relevant radiation exposure pathways, which includes a variety of foodstuffs. At the conclave, even though this was designated as an area of disagreement, in fact, we were all in agreement. This is a quote from the meeting report that this is important. The disagreement was really about the scale of baseline data to collect, but a concurrence that some baseline data is useful. And I really want to reinforce the point that that Gavin Mudd made, that modelling is one thing, but there's a lot of art and a lot of uncertainties. There's not much in modelling that accurately is based in Australian environments, and that in every case, actual data trump modelling under any circumstances. A recommendation that we did discuss that certainly wasn't in disagreement was my concern that the largest radiation exposures that are predicted at this point in the radiation exposures report that the proponents provided are associated with transport of the concentrate. And Dr. Mudd again has discussed the importance of dust. And I think since the original documentation that I was presented with, there's a modification that's been proposed to the way that the concentrate and the mined material is handled. I think this is a really important issue because particularly extensive road transport, multiple transfers, both within the mine, potentially at a wharf, at some point from a primary sort of transport vehicle onto a, if it went from the ground or from processing to a truck, was driven and then went on a train and then was potentially on a wharf. Each of those steps poses a risk of accidents, poses a risk to the drivers, who in the modelling and the data that's been presented to us, it's suggested will be by a significant margin the most radiation exposed workers associated with the project. And this has the most potential for public exposures as well. So one of the most effective ways that the occupational and public health risks from this project could be minimised would be to absolutely minimise as much as feasible the multiple handling and especially transfers and storage that involves potential drying of a fine particulate product with release of dust. The ideal would be loading of concentrate into a primary container, transported on rail, that then goes directly to a ship and isn't multiply transferred or stored on a wharf or anywhere else. This is a little beyond, obviously, the radiation health brief, but I think it's a critical aspect of trying to minimise exposures both for workers and for the public. An area of disagreement that I feel is quite significant is that for a project that hasn't yet started and where the projected lifespan is a couple of decades, the effects of climate disruption of global heating are already clearly upon us, and they will increase over this period of the projected life of the project. We've already seen in the summer before last very extensive areas of Gippsland burn, not very far from the mine site, and I think the planning around the project management, managing for possible accidents, for extreme events, these factors really need to be taken into account. The potential for drought, or particularly for fire. What would happen if a bushfire went through the mine site at various stages of its life, with potentially burning buildings and creating an enormously enhanced potential for dust release and for contaminated smoke to fall downwind. Intense rainfall and flooding events, high winds. In the discussions I've had in the conclave and the documentation that I've seen, there's no specific consideration for any such extreme events, let alone how they might increase in severity or frequency over the projected life of the project. And this seems to be, in 2021, an area that really does need to be addressed, probably at every stage of the project, but certainly in this one, because it does have potential to affect radiation exposures both on and off site. From a general public health point of view, the principles of sort of transparency and accountability are really important in terms of public confidence and engagement with the process. And I think that applies in relation to an area that's as sensitive as radiation management and monitoring as much as anything else. And that sort of really leads into the next recommendation, which wasn't specifically discussed at the conclave, but again, generally from a public health point of view, confidence in the process is enormously assisted by transparency. It helps to protect all parties involved, minimise the potential for dispute, and optimise the potential for positive outcomes of all kinds socially. So I think including really more transparency than has typically been evident. It's, for example, extremely difficult to find any information that on web searches of past experience of radiation exposures at mineral sands mines in Western Victoria. And I think sort of really in parallel to Gavin's comment about the importance of rehabilitation and it being adequately resourced, particularly in the context where the current likely major destination for the HMC is China, where clearly there's currently a very unstable trade and political relationship with Australia. This is relevant in relation to the possibility of the mining being disrupted at a certain stage of operation because of economic or social disruption, a recession, a major trade war with China that evaporated the market. What that might do to the mine operations, I mean, the worst outcome for public health in Victoria would be a mine that had to close prematurely with large amounts of unremediated land and large piles of concentrate sitting around, and there being inadequate resources readily available to deal with that on a timely basis. So I think that's an important issue, the stability of the project and the rehabilitation, whenever it happens. This came up in Gavin's conversation, this sort of nuclear safeguards implications of material that, even though it might technically slip through the net in terms of the formal safeguards obligations and the complexity of it not being an issue formally within the jurisdiction of authorities in Victoria. But from a public health point of view, as Gavin Mudd mentioned, the estimated recoverable uranium and thorium in the minerals concentrate is pretty significant and is of the same order as a number of operating uranium mines. So it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that that extractable uranium and thorium at some point could come back in some very unwelcome ways, most obviously through nuclear weapons. But the most likely source for for nuclear weapons to be targeted at Australia are Russia and China, both recipients of Australian uranium at various points. And I think this is in fact from a broad public health perspective, a very significant potential risk for such a project, even if I appreciate that, that it may well be not within the formal purview of this process, and that the committee may have limited jurisdictional responsibility in this area. But I think it's important for me as an independent expert to point out that this is a real issue, and I've just replicated for your convenience some of the discussion from the meeting report. I think to the extent that it's possible for the committee to highlight this as an important wider issue at a national level, to the extent that that's possible, I would certainly commend it. The technical note that I just received late last week that addresses this clearly, there has been correspondence with relevant federal authorities about this. The documentation clearly wasn't complete in the sense that some letters referred to others that weren't included. So clearly I haven't seen that doesn't cover the whole picture. But I was concerned by the statement that this information is not part of the documentation for public exhibition, and would highlight that from a public health point of view that such a significant matter really should ideally be the subject of transparency and accountability. The one issue that came up...
Ms. Porter, or we might just jump in there.
Yes, I was just about to say we're really due to break for lunch at the moment, Dr. Ruff.
Sure. Can I just mention, I could finish in 30 seconds if you want. Well, my final point and the slides that follow was really around the fact that the modelling, the baseline, the documentation around the project that's been provided to date uses modelling that is not based on the most current international reference documents, which are these International Commission of Radiological Protection document released in 2017. These significantly alter the projected effective radiation doses for certain levels of exposures from particularly radon and its products that are key parts of the public health risk here. So in some, I could expand on that if you wish, but in some, I think it's important that these most current standards be applied in relation to that project.
We'll just stop there, Dr. Ruff. I wasn't suggesting you couldn't speak after lunch. I was just saying we're taking regular timed lunch breaks so that people can deal with homeschooling and what have you. So
sure, apologies.
I'm happy for you to return to these matters immediately after lunch. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I certainly don't want Dr. Ruff to hurry through this point. So if we could come back at 1:30 and you could finish the point you were going to make, Dr. Ruff.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. We will break for lunch there. We'll start again at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Porter, we're back with you and Mr. Ruff.
Yes, Dr. Ruff is in the participants section. Dr. Ruff, can I just ask if you can hear me to turn on your video?
Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Dr. Gibbs here. I'm just letting you know I am here, but my video is not working again. If I could just ask Anthony perhaps to send me a message, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I said yesterday, if you leave us, then make sure to let us know. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Porter.
Thanks. Dr. Ruff, do you mind just screen sharing again at the slide you were up to, and if you could step us through what you had to say? I think it was in relation to the latest knowledge about health impacts.
Yeah. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thanks. So this is, apologise, I hastened a bit. I thought my number was up, but thanks for the indulgence to finish. So I was essentially just mentioning that a major international authority in this area, the International Commission on Radiological Protection, that sets a lot of the radiation safety and monitoring benchmarks that regulators around the world tend to adopt, has over the last several years produced a series of revised guides on occupational exposures, and the most relevant ones in this context are from the document number 137 that covers radon and uranium and thoron. And in part, but only in part, they're based on an assessment that both ICRP and the World Health Organization made about a decade ago, suggesting that the risk of lung cancer from radon exposure was twice as high as it had previously been estimated, and resulted in WHO halving the recommended reference level. And I just thought I'd mention the context too of sort of radiation monitoring of Australian nuclear industry workers generally. We have a national dose register which is managed by our PANZA, but the subtext here is that mineral sands industry has really been left out to some extent in this sort of transparent monitoring of occupational exposure. So, and I think it helps to provide a context. So the most recent report that's available for the register covers 2018, so it's not particularly current. And these graphic is directly from that report, but the note, and this is copied from the report, is essentially there's no data on the mineral sands industry at this point, which is, I think, a significant omission. But you can see that the number of workers is relatively stable at about 7,000 or 8,000. The maximum doses are around 7-8 millisieverts per year, average doses of around 1 millisievert per year, and they're actually pretty stable. They're not still heading downwards as they were over earlier periods as a result of improved occupational health and safety. And in uranium mining in particular, so this is the average effective dose in different aspects, mining in red, processing of ores in green. You can see that the levels of average exposure are really pretty much in the same ballpark as those projected for the workers in the proposed project. So they're basically at as much occupational risk as those in uranium miners from a radiological point of view. The papers that I provided at the conclave and have shared with the committee, I think are very useful because they provide both very current and very detailed assessments of West Australian data where there is a larger mineral sands industry than in Victoria. And it's a review of both the history of the doses involved for workers as well as what the implications are for the new recommendations of how we should interpret what occupational exposures mean in terms of how they translate into doses of effective radiation in millisieverts. The point I want to make here is that, again, these are in the sort of the same ballpark, sort of 1 to several millisieverts range. The maximum dose over this period was around 4.5 millisieverts in the mineral sands industry in WA, with a mean of about 1 millisievert. In terms of the major routes of those exposures, so external gamma here, internal long-lived alpha emitters, this is basically the important contaminants in dust, and this is thoron and radon progeny. So this is the gaseous radon and thoron decay products. So these are the major three sources of radiation exposure for workers. The point I want to make here is that you can see that in this second bottom line. Can you see my pointer? Yeah, good. You can see that the range of the contribution to the total dose of each of these different pathways is very divergent. Ranges from tiny to, most of it for the radon and thoron products. The point being that clearly this varies from mine to mine, and even though Victoria has experience in mineral sands mining in Western Victoria, that's a very different environment, socially, geologically, in terms of climate, than Middle Gippsland feeding into the Gippsland lakes. So it's very important that assessments be made that are site-specific and specific to the processes and the conditions at each facility. The discussion about those data make the point I've just made, that these vary and it needs to be mine specific, and that they're really these new dose coefficients that have been promulgated internationally now really ought to be used in evaluating worker doses is the conclusion of this author who actually works in the WA Mines Department. What he then did in a very useful companion paper is, okay, so that's the historic measured doses. How do they change if we now apply the new dose coefficient? So for a given exposure to a given product, what does that translate into in terms of the radiation effective dose? And in general, although it varies for different products, overall, there's a significant increase. I think the simplest way of showing that is looking at what that does to the maximum worker dose in these studies of 4.4 millisieverts. It basically almost doubles it into a range that, frankly, is really quite concerning, sort of closer to 10 than 5 millisieverts. And it's mainly due to the assessed contribution of the long-lived alpha emitters, so the dust-associated material, which is responsible for the bulk of that increase. And the WA regulator has committed to incorporating these new dose coefficients into its updated guidelines.
Just on that, Dr. Ruff, that's in the WA jurisdiction. Do you have any knowledge of whether Victoria is doing anything about this new material, this new information?
What I know is from what was presented by the Department of Health representative who was observing the expert conclave, and he suggested that these hadn't yet been incorporated into Victorian standards, and that there was some conflict in the guidance that was being offered, which had been sought from ARPANSA, so the National Radiation Protection Regulator. But what I want to point out to you is that in the documents that are available on its website, which are relatively recent, but not this year or the last few weeks, there is reference to these standards, an acknowledgement that they will increase the assessed doses for Australian workers, even though the two groups that specific mention is made of include uranium miners and people in tourist caves, essentially, who also can have quite considerable exposures underground, would increase. They don't specifically comment on mineral sands miners, but given, as I've shown you, the uranium miners' doses and the pathways for their exposure are actually pretty similar to in the mineral sands sector, there's no reason for this not to apply here. And in a further advisory note, which is undated, ARPANSA makes it clear that it's advising regulators, for example, the Victorian Department of Health, to basically incorporate these new coefficients in their standards as soon as the new data for the relevant nuclides is available, which they are. And it actually recommends that in one important technical respect, the current national guidelines have an inconsistency, and it actually recommends the Western Australian guidelines which don't have that inconsistency. So I think it's pretty clear that the national regulator advises regulators that these new standards ought to be incorporated into their dose assessment and radiation protection work. From the expert conclave, it's clear that this has not been done in relation to the documentation and background work for the proposed Fingerboards mine. And I really think it should be for a mine that hasn't yet started, where there's still some lead time and it's still in the assessment process. For a mine that is projected to run over several decades, I think it would be not appropriate for it not to be assessed by these new standards. So the implication for me fairly clearly from this is that the radiation assessments that provide the basis for the submissions of the proponent of the mine, and indeed the radiation reports, the others from the Department of Health and from Dr. Joyner, really should be revisited in the light of these new dose coefficients, which are very directly relevant to the likely occupational exposures from this context. Thanks very much. I'll stop screen sharing now. Unless you have any particular questions on the...
No, thanks, Dr. Ruff. I don't have any further questions in examination in chief. That's the evidence, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Ms. Porter. Can I just check with Mr. Forrester?
Just a couple of questions, if I might, Mr. Chair.
You.
Dr. Ruff, I'm a barrister acting on behalf of East Gippsland Shire Council in this proceeding.
Yeah.
And I'd just like to ask you about one matter that arose in the course of your oral evidence. This morning, Dr. Mudd gave evidence to the IAC that in order to stay on top of risks or potential impacts in the environmental radiation context, active management is required, for example, or specifically in terms of dust management and the like. What's your response to that proposition from a health-focused perspective?
Just to clarify the question, any particular aspect of the mine that you're referring to, or of the proposed operation?
Perhaps I can come at it this way. What I'm seeking to inquire into is a comment you made in your oral evidence to the effect that the worst outcome for public health would be that the mine had to close prematurely with areas of unremediated land and large stockpiles lying around and inadequate resources to deal with that on a timely basis. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I do, yes.
What I'm trying to understand is your conceptualisation of what might be timely in the public health sense, and to put it in the obverse, how quickly things need to move, or how quickly those sort of issues would need to be resolved to avoid public health impacts, which would be unacceptable. So can I start with this question? In your review of the EES material and documents that you've looked at, have you seen proposed any strategies or contingency measures for unplanned closure, or anything that you might describe similarly, which go to that point?
No, I haven't seen any specific documentation about premature closure, or indeed about the possible impact of extreme events. It may exist, but certainly not in any of the documentation that I've seen.
Well,
or that any of the people or that any of the people dealing in the expert meeting had made reference to.
Can I ask you to assume that what's proposed is, if an unplanned closure occurs, and leaving aside extreme events, if an unplanned closure occurs, the mine operator will look to relevant legislation and develop a suspension plan, and that suspension plan would address things including removal or safe storage of concentrate stockpiles to minimise impact from radiological sources, and that plan would then be implemented after notification to Earth Resources Regulation. Would that sort of approach be consistent with what you would see as a timely response to those sorts of things?
Yes, I think there are a number of aspects to this, but clearly the main radiological hazard arises from the concentrate itself. And those risks will be somewhat minimised by the plan not to have large stockpiles on site, but for them to be moved. But, you know, in the event that there were a stockpile, and certainly there will be material that's being processed, the more that material can be minimised and the more durably and reliably and consistently it can be protected from being turned into dust or from leaking through water movement through surface water or into groundwater, the better. So it's secure storage protected base basically from the bottom and the top and the sides.
Thanks. That really takes us then helpfully to my first question that I put to you, which related to Dr. Mudd's evidence that staying on top of the risks requires active management. Do you consider that active management would be required to be maintained in circumstances of unplanned closure?
Very much so. If you know, if there were a stockpile of material in the facility in various stages of being processed, if there were material that had not yet been moved off site, if there were material in transit, depending on how the final transport pathway would look like, and so that managing the concentrate and its predecessors in that chain, you know, getting and keeping them secure with minimal exposure to being turned into dust and minimal possibility of leakage and minimal exposure in proximity to people, that would be helpful. And then, of course, there will be other environmental issues related to, you know, to the physical impact of the mine, how much excavated area there is that hasn't yet been filled, how much denuded area that's you know, that's going to generate dust, what happens in terms of the longer term rehabilitation of the broad site, given that it's very large. It's clearly better if the more incrementally the mine can proceed, the mine could proceed, presuming it's approved, in terms of its progress, and the more rapidly areas mined can be backfilled and then the rehabilitation, revegetation process commenced, the better. You know, the smaller the scar that's in a sense open and needs to be dealt with, the better. So there are already some aspects of what's proposed, and my understanding is of what's changed in terms of the proposal, particularly the idea of removing the need for a tailings storage facility, a tailings dam, which would be a particular risk, and actually the EES refers to, you know, this is a potentially catastrophic event if it leaked substantially. The avoidance of the need for that through the proposed centrifugation technology, which I'm not an expert in at all, but any proposal that can minimise the size of the scar, the extent of the scar, the delays in restoring appropriate ground cover, minimising the volume of material that's in process or in transit and exposed to wind and air and rain, the better. And certainly if the mine did close prematurely, some of those things, particularly securing any concentrate that was on site, you know, ought to happen within a matter of weeks to months, not years.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruff. That's all I'd like to ask.
Thanks, Mr. Forrester. Just before we go to Mr. Morris, who I'm sure has a question or two, just a question was put to Dr. Mudd this morning, which I'm sure you heard, in relation to the issue of a potentially up to a 500,000 tonne HMC stockpile on site if the market requires it or for other reasons. A, were you aware of that as a possibility? And B, does it materially affect any of your conclusions around risks from radiation?
I was unaware of that, and yes, it would, because the HMC is the major source of certainly public exposure, and as Gavin Mudd described, where most of the radioactive material would end up. So having significant volumes of it stored there rather than moved away essentially as quickly as it's generated would pose a significant issue in terms of the eventual fate of that material, how long it's going to be stored there, its management in the interim, and the various pathways of possible exposure to workers and the public would all be increased if there was a substantial stockpile on site. And I think the social context here is important. I mean, this is a bit different from a mineral sands mine in a part of the Wimmera where the population density is much lower. It's not right next to a major food growing region, and not very far upstream, from a very environmentally, socially significant wetland national park, the whole Gippsland Lakes system. So I think the sensitivity around some of these issues and the potential for downstream and downwind consequences is in a sense increased because of those proximities. So yes, a large stockpile on site of essentially the most radioactive material having been mobilised from below the ground into a source where it can be much more readily dispersed by wind or water and is going to need to be managed and transported presumably somewhere sometime, poses a whole raft of additional issues in relation to site management and the management of that material.
Thank you. Just a note, that question was put by Ms. Eastman this morning. It's been put in a slightly different form, but as asked then by Ms. Waller this afternoon. Okay, we're now going to go to Mr. Morris. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Stuart Morris. I'm the barrister for Kalbar. Now, Dr. Ruff, I want to start by asking you some questions about your qualifications. I see you have an MBBS with honours. That's the MBBS is the standard undergraduate degrees for a medical practitioner, is it not?
That's right. Yeah.
And then I see you are a fellow of the Royal Australasian College of Physicians. And as I understand it, that's recognition of the completion of a prescribed postgraduate specialist training program in either internal adult or internal paediatric medicine of the Royal Australasian College of Physicians. I take it that's correct?
Or a couple of other additional specialty areas, but yes, that's basically correct.
And what was the prescribed postgraduate specialist training program that you completed in order to get that qualification?
As mentioned in my introduction, it was infectious diseases.
Now, looking at your CV, you've had a good deal of experience in infectious diseases and also in medical issues related to travel. Is that correct?
Among other things, yes.
And insofar as your involvement in nuclear and radiation issues, that really has sprung not from your medical studies, but rather from your political activities, hasn't it?
No, I don't think that's a fair comment.
Well,
My involvement in public health matters related to radiation and nuclear technology has always been on the basis of public health evidence, research, and activity. That's been the basis for that work. I might just add, just for a historical note, I mean, you know, I've worked largely in public health, and many people end up in, you know, slightly different areas from where they initially trained in. When I was formally trained, public health training was much less formally defined in Australia. It now has a separate faculty within the College of Physicians, of which I'm a member, but that didn't exist when I went through. So that my formal training has been augmented by several decades of experience. I don't claim, you know, I haven't had extensive involvement at all in issues related to mineral sands mining, and I make no such claim. But I do have pretty significant and broad knowledge and experience in relation to the area of radiation and health impacts, and write and teach about that on a continuing basis. So that's the basis for my expertise and the request for me to provide evidence to this process.
Well, let me probe and test a little, if I may. And if you can, keep your answers as short as you can. It's true, isn't it, that you developed a political interest in the peace movement around, or at least by 1970?
That's true.
And is it true that you have, since at least 1982, been very active in the anti-nuclear movement?
Yes, that's true. That activity always having been on the basis of evidence-based advocacy from a public health perspective rather than a general political one. And that anti-nuclear position should not be characterised as being in some way coming from, you know, implying a biased position in relation to an operation such as a mineral sands mine.
Well, I'm just trying to ascertain some facts. You have been a campaigner against nuclear weapons.
I have indeed.
And
founded the first Australian Nobel Peace Prize laureate in that service.
And in the context of being opposed to nuclear weapons testing and the possible use of nuclear weapons, that's the context in which you've developed your knowledge of and interest in radiation, isn't it?
That's only partially true.
Well, have you any academic qualifications in physics?
Not at a postgraduate level, no. And I don't claim particular health physics expertise.
Do you have an undergraduate qualification in physics?
Not specifically in physics, no.
Indeed, your training in physics as such is the same as many of us. It occurred when you were at school, isn't it?
I mean, the implication that this somehow diminishes my credibility in the radiation and health field is I think, unreasonable and without foundation.
But is it true, what I just put to you?
The last time I formally studied physics would have been at undergraduate university level.
So you studied it as part of your MBBS, did you?
No, in a couple of years of BS Science before that.
And did you complete the Bachelor of Science degree?
No, I changed to medicine.
All right. Now, I want to ask you some questions about your witness statement. So do you have your witness statement there?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Now, you make some comments in your witness statement about other persons, Dr. Joyner, the Department of Health and Human Services, Associate Professor Mudd, but I'm going to go to the first part of your witness statement where you don't describe someone else's work, but it's your work, and that's a heading on page 5, Nuclear Safeguards Matters. Are you able to follow me or?
Yes.
Now, this issue of Australia's nuclear non-proliferation obligations is really central to your work, isn't it?
It's rather peripheral to most of it, but it certainly has come up at various times. Of course, if one is concerned about nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament, then safeguards and non-proliferation issues come up.
All right. Now, since you wrote this...
since I wrote what, sorry? The expert witness
the expert statement, being the section on page 5, Nuclear Safeguards Matters, CalBAR has prepared the technical note in response to a query of the committee. I think it's technical note 21. And have you read that?
Yes, as mentioned, that was provided to me late last week, so I've had a rather cursory review of it.
Now, when you say a cursory review, does that mean you have read it or just you've flicked through it to see what topics it covers?
You know, I've skimmed through it. I haven't read it in sufficient detail or spent time, you know, providing a detailed commentary on it. But I have reviewed it.
What's the difference between, in your mind, between skimming through a document and reading it?
My examination of that document has not been as full or as thorough as you know would warrant it being a significant part of testimony to this group.
Well, I want to know, have you read it?
I've had a reasonable look at it, yes. I'm not sure what the point of your question is. But
The point of my question is whether you have read the words in the document from start to finish.
I've looked at the documents. I don't know what else you want me to say.
I want you to answer this question. Have you read it?
Yes, I've read the document.
Okay. And are you aware of the reference in the document to the federal court decision in the case referred to in the document? I think it's I think the tech note's 21 from memory. I'll just get that up if you don't mind. I'm sorry about the delay. I thought I had that document available, but I must have closed it.
It's document 334.
Yeah, I've got it now. Did you note in reading the document that this question of nuclear proliferation in the context of an environmental impact statement, including under the Environment Protection Biodiversity Act, was considered by the federal court in a case called Buzzicott? Did you notice that?
I did notice that, but I'd previously been unfamiliar with that.
You actually know Mr. Buzzicott, don't you?
I know Kevin Buzzicott.
And you worked with him in the campaign against the Olympic Dam mine, didn't you?
I've met him on a couple of occasions. I haven't specifically collaborated with him.
When you wrote your witness statement in February this year, were you aware that the issue of nuclear proliferation was raised in the context of the EES in relation to Olympic Dam? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Well, if you weren't aware, I won't pursue that line of questioning. Going back to table document 334, technical note 21, do you accept, having read that document, that the question of nuclear proliferation is one that concerns Australia's international obligations rather than a matter concerning the environment in Australia?
I don't think those are unrelated, but certainly at a jurisdictional level, the responsibilities is predominantly federal.
Okay, well, let me move on to another matter. Just bear with me a moment. I just got too many windows open here.
And I don't want to be vague, just to add in my response to that, it's just that, once radioactivity is released into the environment, it doesn't respect borders. And, a perfect example of that is that the Director General of the Australian Safeguards and Non-Proliferation Office confirmed that each of the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear reactors in Japan were fueled with Australian uranium. So the fallout that has arisen from that nuclear accident has its origins in Australia, even though it's now spread over Japan and across the Pacific and to other countries. So once radioactive material enters the environment, is subject to potential uncontrolled releases, then its impacts could certainly come back to Australia in a variety of forms, via radioactive fallout, via nuclear weapons, via depleted uranium weapons.
We're perhaps going a bit beyond the question that Mr. Morris asked.
I just wanted to make clear that I wasn't being vague or trying to be unhelpful.
All right, well, let me go to the next part of your written statement, and I'm just going to share the screen here of that. This is the issue of consistency of the proposed project with the Victorian Nuclear Activities Prohibitions Act. You see that?
Yes.
Now, you accept, don't you, that what you wrote there is not correct?
Yes, this was discussed in the expert conclave. I was asked to produce this expert witness statement at very short notice. I saw it as a useful opportunity to raise, I think, questions that needed to be answered. That concern was adequately addressed for me in the expert meeting, which is why I didn't refer to it today.
Dr. Ruff, the statement under the heading Consistency of Proposed Project with the Victorian Nuclear Activities Prohibitions Act isn't raising a question, is it? Rather, it's making a statement. Do you agree?
No, I don't.
So
its conclusion is that the implications is the final sentence, that the implications of the Act for the proposed project should be clearly addressed. And to my satisfaction, they subsequently were, which is why I didn't bring it up today in my recommendations.
See,
my recommendation was for a clarification, not for any specific course of action.
Was it? Well, you see, you have assumed that the total volume of ore is 700,800 tonnes, haven't you, in this calculation?
I've just admitted that this was corrected in the expert witness statement, and I was reassured that there is no inconsistency with the proposed activities with the Victorian Act, and I haven't in any place in this expert witness statement claimed that there was an inconsistency, but merely that there was an important question to be answered, because in my initial quick assessment, it looked like there might be an issue.
Do you accept that your statement there, which you would call a question, is 2 orders of magnitude wrong?
I can't quote you chapter and verse on the numbers, but yes, it was not correct.
About 2 orders of magnitude, or 100 times wrong?
I'd have to go back to the expert witness meeting statement.
Or I'll stop sharing that.
I'll accept that, which was a matter of agreement at that meeting.
Okay. Now, are you aware of a document published by APANZA, Occupational Exposure, Mineral Sand Mining and Processing Workers?
Is that RP9? There's 9 and there's 9.1, the Associated Safety Guide. I presume you're referring to the...
I'll put it up on the screen. This is the one that I downloaded from the APANZA website, just to make sure that we're talking about the same document. The highlighting is mine, just so that's clear. Are you aware of that document?
That's not the formal guide that I have recently looked at. I don't specifically remember this document.
All right. Well, according to, now just before I ask you about this, APANZA, that stands for the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Agency, does it?
Yes.
And is that the Commonwealth body responsible for setting standards in relation to radiation and radiation safety?
Yes.
And in setting those standards, is the agency does the agency have access to the information that you have access to in relation to the potential damage to different types of human beings from radiation?
Yes.
And so APANZA would be just available, could just as easily access information on risks to infants compared with adults, risks to women compared with men, and so on and so forth. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, all of the material, you know, I do try and diligently observe scientific and medical standards of high standards of evidence, and which is why my expert witness statement is extensively referenced, and all of those statements that I've made are based on publicly available, largely published peer-reviewed data.
Now, according to APANZA, and this is in the summary, current industry exposures to radioactive minerals is low, and there are regulations, controls, and exposure monitoring is required to keep those exposures low. You accept that, don't you?
Well, it's, you know, low is a relative term. In radiation exposure discussion, it usually is taken to mean less than 100 millisieverts. So the context is important. For example, in the Hiroshima and Nagasaki survivors, 100 millisieverts is the benchmark for what's considered low dose exposure. So this is all relative. 100 millisieverts in an occupational context would clearly be extremely high. The levels that I've shown you of maximal monitored exposures in uranium industry miners that are over 5 millisieverts per year have certainly raised company and regulatory concern. So, yeah, it's a relative term. It depends on the context.
Okay, now I want to go to the comment here that APANZA makes. Dry plant separation processes and the processing, handling and storage of monazite carries the highest exposure risk, predominantly from the inhalation of dust exposure pathway. Now, do you agree that what's proposed here is a wet plant separation process, not a dry plant separation process?
That's my understanding.
And you also agree that monazite will not be separated as a mineral, as a separate mineral?
So I understand, yes, although obviously the the physics and engineering. I'm not a mine engineer, but yes, I understand that those basic elements of the are of the nature of this proposal.
And the major radiation risk that's been assessed here is gamma radiation rather than the inhalation route, is it not?
In the modelling estimates, yes, so that's I believe correct, yes.
Okay, well, I'll come back to that. Now, then this document also refers to data, and it says that the average exposures for workers in dry separation plants range from 1.3 to 3.1 millisievents per year. Now, is that consistent with the data you have presented in relation to Western Australian sand mines?
Yes, the data that I've showed you in the papers that I've shared is the material I have. It doesn't separate those plants by their method of separation, but those doses are pretty similar to the ones that I've in the published papers that I showed you.
Could it be the case that some of the mines referred to in the Western Australian data are mines which engage in dry separation processes?
I don't know that.
Okay. Now, the Panzer document goes on, and I've highlighted this in blue. Exposure to mining operators is much lower, less than 0.1 millisievents per year, due to vehicle shielding, cabin ventilation and lower concentrations of radionuclides in the ore compared with the processed materials. I think you'll agree with this that the mining activities, which involve pushing ore into a hopper that's then turned into a slurry, they are unlikely to give rise to any significant exposure to the mining operators. Would you agree with that?
I think that depends on how it's done. I wouldn't expect that they would be extremely high risk activities, but in all settings involving work with radioactive materials, appropriate standards need to be, protection standards for workers and monitoring of workers needs to be undertaken.
Now, under the heading, what are the possible health effects? For a dose range of up to 10 millisievents, the Panzer describes that as a very low dose and possible health effects none observed or expected. Certainly, the dose range in millisievents expected at the Fingerboards site will be less than 10 millisievents per year, won't they?
Well, the bulk of my expert witness statement provides, I think, absolutely compelling, clear evidence from a range of sources that that's an incorrect statement.
Yeah, well,
there are demonstrable health effects in terms of long-term cancer risk and cardiovascular disease risk at doses as low as measurable.
The point I'm getting at is that the part I've highlighted here, that section, that's the bit that you don't agree with, isn't it?
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah. I suppose I've got to ask you this question. Why should the committee be guided by you rather than the Panzer?
The committee should be guided by evidence. And I don't know the authorship or the date of this statement. It's not for me to defend this statement. What I've done is to take a comprehensive look at the evidence, and the evidence is abundantly clear from background radiation studies, from massive studies of, including a landmark study done in Melbourne of 680,000 children who had CT scans compared with 10.2 million children who didn't, that showed a 16% increase in cancer in the subsequent decade for one CT scan in a child under the age of 20. These are absolutely solid numbers in a study conducted by one of the best epidemiologists in the country, Professor John Matthews. So there's a large body of evidence that makes me absolutely challenge the veracity of that and provide, as I have in my expert witness statement, a significant amount of evidence that statement is out of date and incorrect.
But a PANZA would be aware of those studies just as you are, wouldn't it?
Yes, but why they haven't bothered to update and translate that into a document that is undated, I don't, I'm not responsible for this document, but I can tell you, in my honest medical professional opinion, that's not a correct statement that you've just highlighted.
Well, what you're really saying is you don't agree with the statement.
On the basis of a very large body of evidence, and many other authorities, including most radiation protection bodies around the world, who all operate on the basis of the so-called linear no threshold model of radiation protection.
I understand that, but it's the case, isn't it, that a PANZA has formed that view also based on a wide array of evidence. That's true, isn't it?
I'm not going to justify, how our PANZA reached, why this is in an ARPANZA undated document that I'm not familiar with. But yes, there's a lot of incorrect, out-of-date information around the radiation health field. As it's true that ARPANZA hasn't yet updated its radiation protection guidance documents for workers based on ICRP guidance that was published 4 years ago.
Okay, we'll come back to that. I'm coming to that. Just before I leave this document, I just want to go to the dose limits. And it's the case, isn't it, that all Australian jurisdictions have uniform annual limits for public and occupational exposure to ionising radiation, which is 1 millisievert for the public and 20 millisieverts for workers who are occupationally exposed. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, I'll stop sharing that document. Now, I'm going to tender that document, Mr. Chairman. Now, assuming you're right, and the standards that have been put forward by ARPANZA and applied in various Australian jurisdictions, including Victoria, assuming that they're too high and they should be, the numbers should be reduced, it's very likely to be the case, isn't it, that insofar as public exposure is concerned, even with a reduction in those standards, this proposal is going to very easily meet such a reduced standard. That's true, isn't it?
I hope that's true, yes.
And were you present when Associate Professor Mudd, or we'll call him Dr. Mudd, was cross-examined this morning?
I was. And
you heard some questions put about the 37 microsieverts that were forecast in relation to public exposure and how there were elements of conservatism built into that projection. You heard that cross-examination?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, to assume that someone's breathing the air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 52 days of the year outside, that's a very conservative assumption, isn't it?
It may or may not be, but it's a, assumption should be very conservative in such modelling.
I'm not questioning that, but
yes, it's unlikely that anybody's going to spend all of their time in one particular environment.
Okay. So does it come down to this, that even if you're right and ARPANZA's standards are not strict enough, ultimately, it doesn't make any difference.
No, I think that's fundamentally incorrect, because the evidence shows that every increment of radiation exposure involves some risk. Obviously, the smaller exposure, the lower the risk. And in a sense, it matters. Let me put it this way, that it's not just the dose involved in assessing a project or a public health impact. It's the total exposure in a population. So let me give you a relevant example here, which is of radon. It's estimated that most of the lung cancer that's caused by radon, the second most important cause of lung cancer, second to tobacco smoking, most of those exposures, more than 80% of the radon exposure that causes cancer, is related to very low doses within the regulatory limits for radon. Because if you expose very large numbers of people to low doses, the health impact can in fact be predominantly associated with the low exposures. Let me give you a relevant example in relation to workers. It was mentioned during Gavin Mudd's testimony that one way of minimising worker exposure was to rotate people through the activities involving the highest levels of exposure to keep everybody's doses lower. But if the collective dose to those workers isn't changed by that process, then there's actually no net health gain, because a little bit of more radiation spread across more people has basically the same net effect as, in terms of health detriment, as fewer people getting higher exposures.
Okay.
So the collective doses are actually really important. So if you expose, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of users of the Gippsland Lakes, users of Gippsland roads, to a couple of additional microsieverts or a few tens of microsieverts over their lifetime, that has a biological impact. And the more people are exposed, it's not just about the dose, it's about how many people are exposed to it.
I think you've answered the question. Now, is it the case that when you're in an aeroplane, you're exposed to more radiation, ionising radiation, than if you're on the ground?
In most places, yes. Because terrestrial radiation varies quite a bit too.
And so is the risk of exposure to ionising radiation higher if you travel frequently in a plane?
Yes, and flight attendants and aircrew have been shown to have an increase in a variety of incidences of cancer and have radiation exposures not dissimilar from those projected in this project. So yes, they are a group at occupational risk.
And have you written about travel medicine?
Yes, I have.
And I think you've edited a book on it, haven't you?
Several.
And it's true, isn't it, that in your books on travel medicine, you don't advise people against flying by reason of the radiation risk. That's true, isn't it?
In general, yes. The issues related to flying are very much focused on aircrew that have significant exposures, particularly young female, potentially pregnant aircrew.
But you see, the risk of a person taking an international flight, that's greater than the risk of public exposure to radiation in this mine, isn't it? Yet you don't know.
Hopefully that will be the case. Yes, we don't know that yet.
See, what I'm suggesting to you is that when you've had an opportunity to warn people in writing your books about the risks of radiation, you haven't warned them, yet here you are today expressing concern about radiation from a mine that'll have less impact.
No, I reject that argument of inconsistency. I've certainly talked about. The point for the committee, I think, that's important is that radiation exposure is of detriment, of health detriment, however it arises. It doesn't matter whether it's from a medical exposure, from the background radiation that you can't do anything about, from air travel, from industrial exposures. It doesn't matter. Biologically, the effects are the same, and we should try and minimise those exposures as much as possible. And clearly, for an individual exposure like a medical exposure or air travel, an individual makes an informed decision about risk-benefit, which is rather different from the setting where there are involuntary exposures potentially to large numbers of members of the public.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about your understanding of the process. Do you understand that bulldozers will push ore into a hopper?
Yes.
And you understand that the water will be added to create a slurry?
Yes.
And that slurry will be pumped to the plant where the processing will take place, and at all stages during that processing, it'll be a wet processing method.
That's what I understand is proposed, yes.
And then the heavy mineral concentrate will be put by pipe into silos.
You're telling me, yes.
I'm asking you whether you understand that.
Yes, I understand that that's what's proposed.
And then the heavy mineral concentrate will be put into trucks, which will be parked within the silo, and in particular will be put into containers on the back of those trucks. Do you understand that?
It hasn't been clear to me exactly how the concentrate would be packaged and transported, because I haven't understood that, because various things have been mooted in the documents that there may well be plans that are further advanced to the documentation that I've seen, but it hasn't been clear to me exactly how much road transport there is versus rail transport, what the points of access for each are, and whether there'd be wharf storage involved or not.
All right, well, let me just put it to you and see what your response is. If it is the case that heavy mineral concentrate will be discharged from the silo into a container on the back of a truck, and the container will then have a lid put on it, and it'll be a 20-foot shipping container, half full or half height. And then that container will be taken to a rail terminal and then put onto a train and taken to Geelong. And so it'll be within that container from the time it's the concentrate is put in from the silo until it gets to Geelong. So far, do you agree that's a good process in terms of minimising radiation?
Well, that's certainly an improvement over transfers. I mean, if the concentrate can be put into it's the same container as that will it be transported to its destination? That's clearly a significant advantage in terms of both routine and potential accidental release over a process that involved transfers from truck to train, and from train to wharf, and from wharf to ship.
Yeah, now I'm not suggesting it stays in the container when it's put on the ship. It will be discharged into a warehouse and then put in bulk into the ship, again by pipe or auger. But insofar as getting from the processing plant to Geelong, that's certainly a method that you would regard as minimising the risk, isn't it?
That's a substantial improvement over, as I said, the more open, the more transfers, the more potential for dust exposure, the more potential for workers and public to be exposed, the greater the hazard. I mean, all of those things you know, to the extent that they can be minimised. I mean, the ideal transport would be direct transfer, you know, during a process that basically can't vent dust into a container that then is directly put on a train and to a ship. That would be the process that you've discussed does introduce a range of issues around the wharf storage and transport onto the ship for the port setting, in terms of how closed that process is and potential exposures to workers and people at the port. But yes, any process that involves less transfer, you know, fewer numbers of methods of containment, less potential for accidents, less people potentially in proximity and exposed, given the importance of external gamma radiation, as being, you know, the drivers.
I think we've got an answer to that, Mr. Ruff. Let's move on. Thank you.
Now, there is the possibility that there might need to be a stockpile on a temporary basis in the event of some exigency. For example, the train line might be delayed for a week or two or something like that. Now, if that stockpile needs to be located outside of a silo and be a stockpile on the ground, you'd agree that one thing that would be desirable is that it be located away from public roads?
Away from people as much as possible.
Yeah, so that'd be one thing. Would another thing be that it be covered with a tarpaulin or similar?
Well, it certainly should be prevented, physically contained as much as possible, to prevent leakage in any direction to the air or to the ground or to the water.
Okay, so with a stockpile of heavy mineral concentrate, do you agree that one risk that needs to be considered is the effect of wind blowing the concentrate away from,
of course,
the stockpile? Another is to prevent water leaching it into the ground.
Of course.
And in terms of the stockpile itself, assuming that it's covered and it's not blowing away or leaching away, that would then involve the potential for gamma radiation, I take it. Is that right?
Well, potentially all forms of,
no, but would
radiation exposure.
Would it involve gamma radiation?
Yes, it would.
And at what distance?
At what distance from the stockpile?
Yes.
I don't know precisely, but it would be relatively short.
When you say relatively short, are we talking about less than 10 metres?
We'd be talking of certainly less than 100 metres.
Right. So if the stockpile were more than 100 metres from a road and the public weren't able to get within 100 metres, the risk of gamma radiation from the stockpile would be negligible, wouldn't it?
It would warrant a health physics opinion on that, but my view would be that that's, if it were completely securely contained and non-accessible and the distance was sufficient to produce essentially no measurable exposure where the public can access, then that would be satisfactory from that point of view, yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to go to your suggested action levels, which for the public is 0.1 to 0.2 millisieverts per year. Now, does that represent, is it 10 to 20% of the standard?
That's effectively what it is in both cases, yes.
Well, is that correct? Because in the case of workers, you're saying there'd be an action level of 1 to 2 millisievents per year. Isn't that 5 to 10%? Not
Yes.
10 to 20%?
Yes.
Well, why did you say it was the same?
I was thinking of the upper level. That was an error to equate them in those terms. Yes.
But the upper level for one is 20% and for the other it's 10%.
I'm not implying that this be a regulatory limit. I'm suggesting that that reflecting the fact that any additional exposures are significant, well within the regulatory limits, that it would be appropriate to have, in the interests of clarity and consistency for all parties and clear process, to have a clear sense of what exposures assessed or measured for workers or the public would trigger a review that involved public health to seek to explain, address, minimise those exposures. And I'm suggesting that those levels should be, the levels I've chosen are somewhat arbitrary, but they're, actionable levels that prompt a response that are, that I think would be much more consistent with public health criteria and optimisation than not having such clarity, within the very broad range up to the regulatory limit.
Are you aware of any Australian government body which has established action levels at those rates, at those levels?
Historically, the designation that's been applied in the occupational contexts for so-called designated workers, people deemed to be at significant radiation risk requiring more intense monitoring and protection, has been 5 millisieverts. Many have argued that that's too high. That's a historic level that's existed for decades. In practical terms, in most occupational settings, the ones I'm familiar with in medical context or uranium mining, certainly there would be very great concern generally at exposures above about 2 millisieverts in an occupational context. But am I aware of, this is not an area that I am most active in. So am I, in response to your specific question, am I aware of such limits being in place anywhere? No, I'm not.
So the 1 to 2 millisievents per year for workers is very much your figure rather than any figure that any responsible government agency has suggested or adopted.
I think it's not a formal regulatory limit that I'm recommending. I realise that this is not, I'm not suggesting that this is the appropriate context to try and impose a different regulatory limit. I'm saying that as a practical working rule in the management and monitoring of such an activity, that levels in that sort of range would provide useful, clear and appropriate practical guidance as to when, things should be reviewed more carefully.
All right, well, just taking
it's making the point that we should minimise exposures, in the few millisieverts and really try and keep them in the very much lower end of that range, and not tolerate exposures that, that are above 5 or 10.
Well, taking the public first, we've got a standard of 1 millisievert per year.
That's the regulatory limit, yes.
Your action level is 10 to 20% of that?
Yes.
And the projection for this mine, using very conservative assumptions, is 3.7% of the regulatory limit, isn't it?
Yes.
So doesn't that strike you as demanding the conclusion that what's proposed here is very likely to be acceptable?
I hope very much that that's the case, of course, but the 3.7% is a modelling prediction that has yet to be, that will need to be confirmed by real world data. Of course, I hope that it's even lower than that.
All right, now, you accept, don't you, that the modelling has proceeded on the basis that because this is a wet separation process, the main type of radiation that will be experienced is gamma radiation.
That's what the documentation reflects, yes.
And you would expect that to be the case given it's a wet process, wouldn't you?
Yes, if the material is able to be maintained consistently in a form where it isn't turned into dust and dispersed, then yes, of course, that would help to mitigate the dust associated issues very substantially.
Well, that brings me to this new information that has been brought out by the International Commission on Radiological Protection. Now, as I understand it, APANZA still bases its conclusions or its standards on the 2010 work rather than the 2017 work of the International Commission on Radiological Protection. Is that right?
Yes, but as I've pointed out,
if it's right, just say yes.
Well, it's not quite right.
Okay.
Because those documents are now out of date because APANZA is saying on its own website that regulators should apply the new standards.
Where does it say that?
I showed it to you in my slides and actually cited directly from the APANZA documents with references.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you there. Is this the slide we were talking about?
Yes, those two slides, yes.
And
which are direct quotes from the APANZA website.
Okay, so the direct quote says the International Commission on Radiological Protection has recently, 2010, re-evaluated its estimates of lung cancer risk for radon progeny and doubled its estimate of risk from exposure. Now, that's a direct quote, is it?
Everything that's in inverted commas in that slide is a direct quote.
Now, isn't your point that the 2010 ICRP study has been updated in 2017 and the 2017 approach has not yet been adopted by APANZA? Isn't that your point?
Yes, my point is that APANZA has clearly indicated, as it states there, changes should be considered as, regulators are advised to review the above documents and associated annexes and decide on an implementation plan for those changes.
So where have you got that?
In the paragraph on the next slide. I've directly copied and pasted that from the APANZA website, that paragraph under the green heading. So they're basically saying regulators should apply the new standards, which the radon standard and there's a number of other aspects that they've updated of these intake of the dose coefficients, I'm sorry.
Let me cut this short. We don't want to be here forever. And I'm sure a lot of people are thinking I'm taking too long. But the 2017 change, which has not yet been adopted by APANZA in its standard, only relates to the internal effect of radiation, not gamma or external effects, doesn't it?
I think it's quite a comprehensive assessment of, I don't know that it's combined to only one route of exposure. It's a very comprehensive document. I can provide it if that's would be helpful.
Well, I'm
It's about
gonna,
500 pages and
I'm not going to read.
multiple statistical annexes, so it's very detailed and
I'm not even going to skim that, let alone read it now. But what I'll do to deal with it in another way and a more efficient way is just ask you if I could put on the screen an extract from the expert meeting. Just bear with me a moment. Make sure I've got that. And on the left-hand side, highlighted, is the point you're making, is it not, summarised in the highlighted paragraph on the left-hand side? Do you want me to make it bigger so you can read it?
No, yes, I think that summarises the...
That summarises your view.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Billingsley replied to that, firstly by saying that he was aware of the very new dose conversion factors in ICRP 37 and ICRP 41 for calculating internal doses. For fingerboards, internal dose contributes only 10% of the total worker dose. Now, and he also says that his understanding is that the documents refer to occupational workers, not members of the public. Now, just breaking that up, do you agree that the ICRP 37 and 41 relate to occupational workers and not members of the public?
The whole series of documents of which that's part are about occupational exposures, but I couldn't say that they're not relevant for public exposures. I'm not in a position to say that, but they're certainly primarily targeted at the occupational setting.
And do you agree that for fingerboards, Mr. Billingsley's work demonstrates that overwhelmingly the potential dose is gamma or external radiation rather than an internal dose?
But that's all based on modelling, which is not the same as real world data. And if that's the case, then there should be relatively little change in the assessed doses. But I think it's important that for a large project that's yet to start, it should use the most relevant current standard, which is being recommended to regulators by ARPANSA.
Well, let's just break that up. If the modelling is to be reliable or to be relied on, I take it you just said that taking this 2017 work into account makes very little difference.
It should make very little difference if the modelling is correct, yes. But
okay,
you know, there's one thing is modelling and proof of the pudding in measurement is the other.
Next question. Nowhere in your written evidence did you challenge the modelling, did you?
No, because I'm not a health physicist. No, I didn't challenge the modelling.
Thank you. I'll stop sharing that. Just bear with me a moment. Now, I want to go to your slides. Now, I'm just going to quickly go through your recommendations. I have on the screen key recommendation 1. And one of your recommendations is for environmental and personal radiation monitoring for workers. I gather from what you've said that that's not a matter of disagreement, that's a matter of agreement, isn't it?
Yes, and I think the Department of Health, I have every confidence, will include the appropriate requirements in the radiation management plan.
And if each worker has a personal radiation monitoring device, data about that worker, for example, whether they're a man or a woman, would also be recorded, wouldn't it?
It should be.
So if we've got comprehensive monitoring, including personal monitoring, we're going to know the dose not just for a human being, but we're going to know a dose for that person, aren't we?
Yes, but yes, there may be different types of monitoring required to measure all of the relevant exposures. The personal radiation monitoring is principally for gamma radiation. We'll need, the department is likely to include radon and potentially radon progeny as well in its monitoring, and may have specific measurement for alpha radiation as well. But that's a matter that I have every confidence that they will appropriately determine.
All right. Now, in relation to recommendation 2, the difference here between Mr. Billingsley and yourself was the scale of baseline data to collect, particularly in relation to environmental and foodstuff monitoring. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you accept that for foodstuffs, the baseline data is quite problematic because different foodstuffs will absorb radionuclides to a different degree, and indeed even different parts of one species of plant will absorb radionuclides to a different degree?
Yes, that's true. I think this was fairly well discussed in Gavin Mudd's testimony this morning, that yes, there is variability. That makes it all the more important to have adequate measurements in terms of number, and to be comparing consistently over time apples with apples. There are all sorts of ways of minimising, of introducing consistency here by measuring exactly the same thing, even from test plots, or the same crops grown in the same area over time. Yes, but there is, of course, variability at an individual level within a plant, between different plants, between different animals, and that's why you need multiple measurements. Is one of the reasons.
Now, Doctor, are you familiar with the work that's been done in science concerning the uranium content in fertilisers?
Not extensively, no.
Well, have you skimmed it?
Not in any detail.
It's true, isn't it, that fertilisers are more radioactive than soils are?
Some are, yes, not all.
Could you just be a bit clearer, Mr. Morris? Fertilisers is a very, very large thing to talk about.
Phosphate fertilisers. Is that right?
I'm not sure if that's right, but I did hear you say
No. That was a question
for Dr. Ruff.
It had a question mark at the end. I didn't perhaps phrase it as clearly as I could. What I'm suggesting to you, Dr. Ruff, is that there's scientific literature to the effect that phosphate fertilisation is a source of uranium contamination of agricultural land, depending on the phosphate in question, because there's quite a deal of variability from one phosphate application to another. Is that a matter you're familiar with?
I'm not expert in this area. I defer to the discussion that Gavin Mudd provided this morning and to the expert committee report, but I would make the point that it's possible to standardise a range of parameters so that the chronological comparison is much more valid, and that an ecologist doesn't even need to be a radioecologist, but preferably could, I'm sure, devise an appropriate sampling plan that would cover both the range of foodstuffs and provide as much consistency as possible over the conditions. Of course, as Dr. Mudd mentioned this morning, that fertiliser use, there may be a range of other land use practices that influence radioactivity, which uptake of radioactivity into plants, which is another reason to, augments the case essentially to do more rather than less extensive monitoring pre, during, and post.
Okay, let me move on then. Another ones of your recommendation is consideration of global heating. Now, assuming, for the sake of this question, that global heating will be a problem for the Earth for the next 100 years, do you agree that it's easier to forecast the impact of global heating over the next 20 years than it is over the subsequent 80 years?
Of course.
Mr. Morris, can I just check timing? We'll take a short break there if you've got a few more to go.
Yeah, I have a few more. Thank you.
Thank you. It's just after 3. We'll resume again at 3:15. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Morris. Just checking that we have Mr. Ruff back, Dr. Ruff. Thank you, Mr. Morris.
I won't be much longer with you, Doctor. I'll just give you a moment to get your earphones ready. Okay, I was sharing your key recommendation 3 in relation to the point about global heating, do you agree that one reason why that might be of a concern is because we might have different climatic conditions which will increase the propensity of dust to be generated?
Yes, that's certainly one reason.
And I suppose another reason you advance is it might mean that bushfire is more likely.
Yeah.
And as far as rainfall and flooding is concerned, there are other theoretical or possible effects of climate change. What I want to go to now is the next issue, which I've highlighted in green, about consultative bodies. Have you had any experience with consultative bodies that have been set up in relation to extractive industry or mining in Victoria?
No.
Are you aware that that is a standard practice to have such committees?
I had hoped so, but I wasn't sure of it.
Okay. Now, turning to mine rehabilitation, I'm not expecting you to know the answer to this, but I just need to clarify whether you are aware of it. Are you familiar with the provisions of the Mineral Resources Sustainable Development Act in relation to rehabilitation?
No.
And are you aware that there's been radical changes in the Victorian government policies in relation to this in recent years as a result of criticisms?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
If that is the case, you'd think it would be a good thing.
I'm unfamiliar with the changes, but I can't comment.
Okay. All right. Well, now I've asked you about your key recommendation 4 and also about technical note 5, technical note 21. And I've also asked you about this dosage change. So there's just a few matters I want to raise with you before I conclude. One of them relates to this slide, Australian National Radiation Dose Register. Now, in preparing this slide, have you taken a screenshot of an APANZA report and then pasted it into the slide?
Yes, but in two bits are copied from directly from the report. One is the table, right?
By the table, do you mean the graph?
Sorry, the graph, and with the caption. And the second, which are not, I don't think, juxtaposed in the original, are this the mineral sands industry heading and the two sentences there that
Right.
follow.
So that section is a cut from a different part of the Apanza document than the graph.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay.
If the juxtaposition implies otherwise, then I regret that. But I had explained both, so I'd hope that that it was clear that this graph wasn't referring to mineral sands.
I accept your explanation. I was confused, but you've given me a proper explanation as to why my confusion was not. It didn't affect the integrity of what you've done. I accept that. Now, turning to the uranium industry and taking the red line in the graph, is the average exposure of workers in the uranium industry around about 1 to 1.5.
Yes.
That's
millisieverts per year.
Yes.
Additional occupational exposure, yes.
Yeah. And then turning to the next graph, does this show that it tends to be a bit higher for the mining activity than the processing activity or the other activity for uranium mining?
Yes.
Now, does uranium mining in Australia occur underground?
It does at Olympic Dam.
Rather than open cut?
At Ranger, yes. Ranger's now closed.
Do you agree that when mining is underground, there is likely to be a higher concentration of radon gas than in the atmosphere with open cut mining?
Absolutely.
And that is a very important distinction when it comes to internal exposure from radon gas, is it not?
Yes, it's the radon exposures to radon and its progeny are generally much higher in underground mining.
Now, turning now to the Western Australian study in relation to mineral sands, I take it that all these sites are likely to be open cut mines.
They're not specifically described and they're not named either in the article, so I can't be exactly sure, but my guess would be like yours, that I would presume that these would be predominantly, if not entirely, open cut.
Well, the only underground mineral sands mine I'm aware of is a possible mine at West Balranald in New South Wales, which of course is still at the proving up stage. As far as I'm aware, all the ones in WA are open cut. Tell me if you have a different.
No, I don't know any different. I had presumed that.
Okay. Now, but it's also true that not all of these are wet processing plants, are they?
That I don't know.
Okay. Well, in any event, the mean, I've highlighted the mean occupational exposure at these mines is roughly 1 millisievert per year.
Yes, I'm just directly citing from the article.
And that's consistent with what Mr. Billingsley has projected in relation to this mine, isn't it?
Yes, with the proviso that for some workers, the transport workers, the conservatively modelled doses for some of those get up to close to 3 millisieverts.
But it's true, isn't it, that if we look at the at this line, that is external, internal, and internal from furan and radon gases, this is effectively gamma, external, dust, air with certain gases in it. Is that a
correct
layman's way of putting it?
Yep.
And it's true, isn't it, that the risk at the proposed mine is predominantly external rather than internal by reason of the different processing method that will be used here?
That's the presumption in the documents. Look, I'm not a metallurgist or a minerals engineer, but yes, but of course the process of the mine, I understand, every aspect of the process and transport and handling is may not be fixed yet. There have been changes just during the last few months in what's proposed. So I guess I hadn't made assumptions about the current proposal necessarily being final. And I think the major point about those WA mines that I wanted to make was how much the exposure from those different three sources, which I think you categorised well, vary. For these all open mines in the same state, that the proportional contribution via those different exposures is surprisingly, for me, surprisingly variable.
Now, another matter that I picked up when I read those papers last night was the difference between what was experienced in the 1980s and early 1990s compared with in the recent decade. Did you pick up that as well?
Yes, of course. I didn't highlight those historic data, but yes, it's true that in general, as we've become more aware of radiation health risks, occupational protection has improved and worker doses have generally declined significantly over decades. I guess my point for showing you the Panzer more recent data was that that's not continuing, in that, at least for uranium mining, those doses have remained pretty stable now essentially for the last decade.
But it's certainly true that if we look at mineral sands in WA for the 30-year period, say 30 years ago compared with in recent years, there's been a dramatic reduction, hasn't there?
Yes, sizable.
Thank you.
Which is, of course, good.
All right, well, that completes my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Morris. I'll just go to the committee with questions in a minute. Just a couple of emails which have come into Ms. Selvaraj, one from Mr. Barton and one from Ms. Anton. I'll just ask those people to raise those issues in submissions on Monday. They're both appearing for MFG. Just noting that Ms. Porter is looking after Mr. Ruff, if I can put it in those terms, in this session. Going to my committee members, Mr. Ginnivan, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Ruff, there's some discussion earlier about the buffer required around a stockpile to minimise risk from radon radiation, I thought it was described. Given that we now...
No, it was gamma
radiation. Yes, sorry. Given that the product is proposed to be transported in a sealed shipping container by rail, if a catastrophic accident did occur and a container load or multiple container loads come off the rails and are exposed, would a similar sort of practical buffer be required around an incident of that sort, or is that not within your area of expertise? I'm not talking here about clean-up workers. I'm particularly interested in the consequence for people who may be living around a railway reserve.
Well, it would be an issue that there would be, several potential exposure pathways. One from gamma, and their simple distance is the best protection. And I won't quote you a distance, but it's going to be a practicable distance, tens, 100 metres, or that sort of order will make a dramatic difference in reducing the gamma radiation. We don't have places where people can't walk outside hospitals where X-ray machines are firing all day. It's dissipated fairly quickly by distance, but the second risk would be related to release of radon gas and to potential dust generation, dispersal via surface water if there was, rain, or particularly if it fell into near a watercourse. So it would be a significant issue in terms of cleanup, but you've asked about local exposures, and yes, all of those pathways could be important for members of the public who might unexpectedly be in proximity to uncontained HMC.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Gitterman. Just let me check my notes for something. Just this general issue, Mr. Ruff, of particularly as it relates to our work in this inquiry and our advice to government, the Minister for Planning in particular, the issue of sort of published and agreed standards versus what might be a better standard in the, and I know you use the term trigger rather than a regulatory standard for radiation exposure. It just strikes me, having done a number of inquiries, that it's similar to air quality in that it's often put that the science on impact is well ahead of regulation. How are we to deal with this in putting our advice back to the Minister? We have published standards, agreed standards. If the proposal meets those standards, whether it does or not, we're working our way through. If it does, how do we go above and beyond that in providing that advice to government?
Thank you. That's a really important but difficult question. It's certainly true that the radiation health field is a highly contested one. It's really beset by vested interests and conflicts of interest in a way that is far beyond what I've experienced in any other area of public health, because it goes to nuclear weapons, nuclear establishments, some very powerful governmental, bureaucratic, commercial vested interests in various spheres. So it is a really difficult area, and you're certainly right that the evidence is way ahead of the regulatory standards, and we still haven't caught up with the change in the radon standard that WHO and ICRP both agreed on 12 years ago in terms of translating that into regulation. I'm humbled by your question. I can't advise the committee directly about its brief, but I think the importance of evidence is really clear, and a lot of this is about, it's not just about the number 20 or the number 1 for workers and the public, respectively, in acceptable radiation exposure per year in millisieverts. That's not for an individual benefit of medical nature. But it's how you work within that and where the operational parameters are set. And I think that what I was trying to suggest by this sort of alert or trigger idea was to just sort of clarify, for accountability and transparency and good process, I think, the sort of range that one would be thinking about is what kind of levels should trigger review. All of the parties involved, the Department of Health, to sit down to consider what's happening. What are the trends in exposures here? What's the bulk of this exposure due to? How can this be mitigated so that it's addressed in a timely way, to try and keep those exposures very much below, getting anywhere close to 20 or even 10 for the workers. So it's a lot of this is around the operational guidance, and certainly the Department of Health, the radiation management plan, how that's prosecuted and implemented will be critical. But I think that my point was to really make the benchmark, to make the point that exposures well below those regulatory limits of the order of 5 or 10% of those levels have measurable health impacts, and even down to those levels. And within those levels, we should be mitigating exposures as much as possible. And it's not an all or nothing thing. It's not that as long as you're below those 1 or 20, you're fine.
Thank you. You mentioned something in relation to the radiation management plans. Do you have experience either preparing or perhaps reviewing those? Are they something that you've come across?
I have to say I don't. I'm pretty, I was asked to come in this process at pretty short notice. I have sort of broad interest in radiation health, but no, I don't have any direct experience
it's not a criticism. The question is, if you, in the radiation management plan, whether you could actually have obviously a regulatory standard, which is drawn from some official document, but then you might actually have a trigger which is some level below that. If that's X, it might be X minus 50% or 90%, as you might be suggesting. But as that trigger level, so not as the hard and fast rule, but actually putting it in as a point where you might start investigating. Well, hang on, we've had a number of unusual exceedances of that level, therefore we need to investigate. But you're not experienced.
I think that's my point, and I think there would potentially be a useful role. And Gavin Mudd this morning made the point that these plans are not, and how they're managed and implemented, and how have not been public documents, and there would certainly be, I think, some utility in public involvement and a degree of accountability and transparency that's greater than what we've seen historically, and there could potentially be a useful role for independent experts to play some role in monitoring or contributing to both the development of those plans potentially as well as their implementation.
Thank you. Just confirming with my committee, nothing further. No, thank you, Ms. Porter. We're back with you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions by way of re-examination of Dr. Ruff, if he could please be excused.
Yes, he can. Thank you, Dr. Ruff.
Thank you.
I think that brings us close to the end of business for today. Can we just cast our minds ahead, Ms. Porter?
We've got Mr. Kern tomorrow morning, and then I'll go to our submissions after that. At this stage, I anticipate filing the written submission, if not later tonight, first thing tomorrow morning. And if parties need additional time to read through it, we can perhaps come back after lunch to do our submissions, but I won't be taking longer than the afternoon.
Thank you. And yes, we haven't been forcing anyone, I hope unreasonably, to table such submissions too early. So as soon as you can would be appreciated, but likely in the morning by the sound of it. Also just noting just that, as I'm sure everyone is aware, it is, as some would say, always the case, a good time to be in the regions. Melbourne looks like it's had its lockdown extended for a further 7 days. I understand there will be some restrictions at least coming off in regional areas, but again, you should go to official sources for advice on that. It makes our decision to not be able to go to Bairnsdale next week pretty much as we expected. Again, we'll work through that alternative process that we've suggested. We do only have tomorrow, and then we have a number of submitters for MFG speaking on Monday, and then EPA on Tuesday. So that's at least for people in Melbourne with children, that's 2.5 days to get through with homeschooling. So I hope everyone is, I won't say suffering through that, because of course children are wonderful, but I hope everyone is coping reasonably well with the situation as it stands. And as I always say, feel free to let us know and bring to our attention any particular issues that parties are having in relation to children and what have you. If there's nothing further for today, just checking with our main parties. Okay, thank you. We'll close there for today. We'll resume again at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. We've got Mr. Kern in the morning, and then we'll have submissions in the afternoon. Thank you. We'll see you at 10 o'clock tomorrow. my committee, just the usual regular catch up in the other room. Thank you. See you tomorrow.